Alright, testing, testing. Should have the sound on. Let's see. Oh. That's because my freaking laptop noises. Oh, God. Yeah, there is a lot of static. Don't know why there's a lot of static. The streamers or the YouTubers, they'll have like those professional mics, and they'll be like on the stick, and the mic will be like right here, and then they'll have like a circle, like in front of it, and then you talk in front of that, and so it's like that, and then it's like whatever, right? Or it's like it's like a stick like this, and there's the circle in front of the mic, and then I pull it closer to me and then go like that or whatever, right? Oh, watching myself on webcam is so stupid. It looks so stupid. Anyway, what is up, everybody? Big Pasta Gaming here once again, and today, you guys read the stream title, we are doing literally nothing. So for the next 6 hours, I'm just gonna sit here and yeah, just stare off into space until about 7:30 at night, and then I'm gonna give my outro and then turn off the stream. That's basically how it's gonna be. So yeah. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy the stream. I'm just kidding, everybody. I'm just kidding. Oh god, my teeth look terrible. Yeah, I'm just joking. We're not going to do literally nothing, but we're going to do literally nothing interesting, is what the actual title of this stream is. We're going to do stuff, but it's not going to really be interesting stuff. So, stuff number one, that's not really interesting, is I got a pizza bagels. Oh yeah. I haven't webcammed on stream for like almost 2 months now, so anything that I've like talked about that I've gotten or whatever is probably not. Anyway, look at these. Look at these. I used the last of my pepperoni that I had left over. Look at that. Doesn't that look good? Oh my gosh, you can see like that melted cheese, the tomato sauce underneath, and the greasy pepperoni. It's all on the bagel. What I haven't accounted for, what I didn't account for this past week, is how difficult a bagel is to eat when you're sick. That's a very unfortunate fact of life, that bagels are difficult to eat when your stomach's not really having it with you, and yeah, so they're very tough to eat, because yeah, I talked about the brat diet the other day, right, because I was sick. So I was like, beans, rice, applesauce, toast, right? The reason why it's toast instead of bagels is because toast, the piece of bread is already thin, right? Thin slices of bread is probably like the easiest carbohydrate to eat when you really like have a hard time eating, right? If easy as in this is as easy it's gonna get, unless you literally drink soup or you have a feeding tube, right? That's like that's the only way. And some people they can't even swallow down a piece, the crumbs of bread or whatever. But anyway, that's why it's part of the brat diet, is because bread is like the easiest like actual food substance to eat. That's not getting into the territory of like, oh, this is liquid now, right? So bread is like sliced bread, especially when you toast it, right? If you toast it enough, then the bread kind of crumbles, and it'll crumble, and and then you're eating crumbs. You're eating crumbs at that point, right? So that's why they say toast instead of just bread. But toast definitely. Um, Bagels, on the other hand, you guys know bagels, right? Bagels are very thick, and the good thing about bagels is that it's very thick, and that there's a lot of bread there, and it's kind of dense. The bread is very dense or whatever. It's like you're eating like the American version of a baguette, right? Which is probably where the word bagel comes from. Um, and you guys know a baguette, right? You know, you guys French. Baguettes are the very long piece of bread, but it's very thick, right? And you got to cut it up, and even if you cut it up, it's in these like very thick pieces. It's very thick, and you know, for a healthy person, it's fine. But if you're sick, or you have like bad teeth, or you know, you just you got a stomach ache, you know, you're gonna throw up if you put anything too intense in your stomach. A bagel's not a good thing for you because it's so thick or whatever. Anyways, I've been sick the past couple of days, and I've been having my bagels because it's the only consistent food that I eat. It's the only thing I'll eat consistently, right? I always have my bagels there in the kitchen, thank goodness. And then, you know, anything else that I eat that day, I'm pretty much at the whim and the mercy of whatever's left over in my kitchen at that time of the week. So, you know, that's how it is. So yeah, anyway, I still got a little left over of that, like, because I'm getting like a sore throat now. I think I am finally catching, you know, a couple of my family members have been sick for this past week or whatever, like actual like cold influenza sick. So I think I'm actually starting to get that. I think I think ever since the whole fruit smoothie thing from the other day, my immune system, because I was, you know, excreting a lot, I had to expel a lot of waste or whatever. I think that weakened my immune system, made me more vulnerable to the other sickness that was in the household. So now I think I'm finally getting that. It's very bad. So, anyway, but you know, whatever, right? You know, you deal with it. But yeah, it's not that bad right now. So that's why I can talk. So I just gotta stay hydrated, and that is where this baby comes in. Found this at the store. This is boba tea. You guys don't know boba. It's like these little pearls. I can't really show you. They're kind of silver colored, but I'll show boba in like a web browser or something. Google Images a little bit, but yeah, this is a boba tea. It's a green tea that is strawberry lemonade flavored. It's very good. And as with all good drinks, you know, you look at the sugar count, because I'm like, oh, this is a delicious beverage. How much sugar did they put in this to make it delicious, right? Because you guys think about green tea, there's no sugar. There's not supposed to be any sugar, right? But then you think about strawberry lemonade, and you're like, okay, there's a bit of sugar in there. Then you think about boba, there's a bit of sugar in that. And then you think of it's a manufactured product, there's probably a bit of sugar in that. So, yeah, you guys know how I was complaining that 30, I think it's like 35 grams of sugar is about your daily cap, and you're not allowed to go over that, otherwise you're gonna get cancer or whatever. This is 30. This is 30. So I can drink this and another pinch of sugar, and that's it, right? I'm done for the day, right? But whatever, right? I'm not gonna have this every day, obviously, so it's fine if I drink one and then maybe have a piece of candy later or whatever, right? In fact, speaking on that, candy actually relatively does not have that much sugar. You guys think about like a Kit Kat bar, right? Or like part of a Hershey's chocolate bar, or maybe like a Three Musketeers or something like that, right? Any kind of like small bite-sized piece of candy. You look at the nutrition facts, it has like 1 or 2 grams of sugar in it, right? 2 grams of sugar for a piece of candy, right? That means like theoretically I could eat like 15 pieces of candy a day and still be fine, right? Like per day I could eat this, right? Obviously my teeth won't be fine, and your body's probably going to relapse from having 15 pieces of candy, but theoretically, it's like it's not going to kill you health wise if you eat just a handful of candy every day. But so, it'll kill you in other areas, but it won't kill you as far as like cancer goes or whatever, right? Anyway, the cute thing about this is that so the top here is it's like sealed, right? It's sealed like an applesauce thing, or like a cup of fruit, right? You guys know like the cup of fruit, and you know there's a peel thing, right? But I'm not gonna peel it. I'm gonna pleb. Plus there's boba in here. I want a straw to suck it up, so they gave you a little straw. They have a little straw in this compartment, and this is the first time I'm actually doing this. This is the first one that I'm having, so you can actually peel this up, and there we go. You can peel this up, and boom, boom. Take that off. I'll put that over there, and you take that off, and there is the straw. Look at that. Look at that. So there's like this little compartment for the straw to fit in, and they seal it up, nice and easy for you to get out. It's really cute. Apparently this thing is like $1. It's like $1 per one of these drinks. It's such a good deal, right? You get a boba tea at the drink shop. They're charging like $5 for it, right? We got a place around here called you go to Starbucks, like a tea from Starbucks is $5. There's a lot of boba places. I live in Southern California, so there's a lot of like Asian places, and boba is like an Asian product. So tea is kind of an Asian product, so Asian and European. So, but yeah, we have a lot of like boba shops around here. They're all so expensive. It's like, yeah, I get it, you're an Instagram girl, you're going to college, daddy's paying for it, and, you're going to get a boba drink every day, right? You're Asian, so you get the boba drink every day from 7 Leaves instead of getting a Starbucks like what all the white girls get, right? White girls have their Starbucks, and the Asian girls have their boba, right? That's kind of how it works, right? If you like, that's boba is the Asian girl's Starbucks, basically, is what it is. If you guys haven't grown up in a very like Asian rich culture, then that's sort of what it is. So anyway, these straws are cool. If it was smaller than this, right? You guys remember? I can't retract it back, but just pull it and it's like that. So very cool. And the straw's thick enough to. Actually, I feel like I'm giving a food review on this bubble tea. Don't need to. The straw's not. It's like that fine. Like I'm gonna do like this to drink it with the. Okay. Put it on the side here. Okay, flat surface. There we go. It only goes down about halfway. Nah, whatever. I don't care. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's a very sugary strawberry lemonade with a hint of green tea. That's what it is. So that's. Oh. Apparently I could just. Stupid. Okay, yeah, here it is. Whoa, the green tea, look at that, I drank it all. Anyway, this is pretty good. But yeah, I don't know if you guys can. You guys probably can't see this, a reflection, but there's like you can't see that onto the camera, but there's like these little bubbles in there. Yeah, you can kind of see it. There's like these little pearls in there, that are you kind of see them like here. There's like these little circles in there. Those are boba, and they're very they're good. They add a little pizzazz to the drink. They change the texture a little bit, but like everyone likes them. Even I like them, but at the same time, I don't I like them separate. You guys know how people order things like on the side? Like boba, you're not supposed to do that, but I want to order my boba on the side, right? I want to like, because what it does, the boba, when you drink it through the straw, and you get some of the drink, obviously, but then you get these little beads, and they're very soft. It's like Jello, so you bite down on. It's like chewy. It's like chewy Jello. So you bite down on it, and you bite down on it, and yeah, it's good. It's like this little burst of flavor or whatever. But yeah, they don't. Oh god. Yeah, it's just like, because I like the gulp drinks. Like, that's kind of my thing, is that, like, I like to drink a lot of a drink, right? It's just, like, a whole thing. Like, I'll go through a whole smoothie in, like, 5 minutes, or I'll go through, like, I'll go through, like, one of these in like, 5 minutes, right? So. Oh. Oh, that boba's weird. Oh, that's the cheap stuff. Yeah, that's very cheap stuff. They're like these little, like, it's like a plastic. It's like a water balloon. It's like I'm biting down into like a mini water balloon with like water inside it. What the frick? What kind of boba is this supposed to be? A little burst of happy in every sip. Not that. Lightly flavored bubbles that pop when you bite them. Oh, I've had these before, and they're like, because like Del Taco had this item. Not this specifically, but they would do like a lemonade, and they would put like peach flavored or blueberry flavored boba in their drink, which is very weird. They called them poppers, right? So Americans know what they're talking about. But yeah, and they were like this. It was like this little water balloon. But the thing is, the outside film that contained the flavor in the boba would actually, like, it would dissolve in your mouth very quickly. This one doesn't. This one, it's like a real food. It's like edible water balloon. If you guys, it's like if you bit into a water balloon, right, a really small water balloon, and then you like forced yourself to swallow it. Like that's pretty much what it is. Mm. Blah. It doesn't taste bad, but the texture just like, ugh. That's why I don't like boba in my drinks. It's because I'm the only like Asian person who will say that I don't like boba in my drinks. What happens is it ruined for me. And this is a very unpopular opinion, which I'm chock full of those. When I drink, I want like the same one texture. I want the liquid, right? I want the liquid or whatever. If I wanted Jello or if I wanted boba, I would pour some in a bowl and get a spoon and eat it, right? Like that's what I would do, right? They should be separate. Because the thing is, when I go for a sip of beverage, I want liquid, right? But the thing is that liquid is being broken up by this boba, and the thing is I can't just like sip and sip and sip and gulp, because then I'm gonna collect too much boba in my mouth, and I'm gonna have to I'm only gonna get a little bit of liquid, a lot of boba in my mouth. Then I'm gonna have to stop drinking and actually put an effort to chew the boba and eat it and swallow it before I can take another sip. Now that's sort of the flaw with boba. And I know Starbucks girls, they just are boba Asian girls, right? They'll just they like the drink for the looks, and it tastes great or whatever, right? But that's what they pay for. I want the experience, right? And the experience is like muddled up when I have to stop sipping every 2 seconds in order to, and then spend like the next minute eating the boba, right? So that's why typically I'll go to a boba place, because they do a really good job with the drinks. and then they add the boba, and people love the boba. But I'm just like, I have to look at it, and it takes extra effort, right? I have to look at the menu, see, oh, is the boba included, or do they charge extra, or whatever, right? And so when I order, I'll go up to the cashier, and she'll be like, oh, what do you want? And I'll be like, oh, I want the milk tea, something, right? The milk tea, and she'll be like, okay, one milk tea, and I'll have to ask her, like, hey, does that have boba in it? And she's like, she'll be, sometimes they'll be like, yeah, boba's included, and then I'll have to be like, no, don't include the boba. I don't want any boba, right? Or sometimes, or the other situation is that I'll ask, is there boba in it? And they'll be like, no. Do you want to add boba? And I'll be like, no. Right? And so in both scenarios, it looks weird that I'm asking if there's boba in it, and then they'll ask me, and then whatever their answer is, I'll say I don't want the boba in it, right? It's like if I go to a store and I ask, like, hey, do you guys have this item? And they're like, yeah, do you want it? And I'll be like, no, thanks. It's just like why did you ask for it then? Especially at those places where it's not included, right? Because if I go to a store and I ask, like, oh, does this item have dairy in it? Then it's like, okay, yeah, it's a common conception that, like, if you're asking about the dairy, then that means you're, like, sensitive to it, or you're allergic to it, or whatever, right? But if you ask about the boba, or if you ask about, whatever else, then it's one of those things that people want. And so since people want it, they assume that when you ask about it, that you want it too. And then I have to turn it around and say, no, I don't want it, or whatever. I have to, like, pretend like I'm almost allergic to this boba, right? I mean, the only benefit of this boba is that it slows you down. So, like, I mean, I'm getting my money's worth out of this drink, because if there were no boba and I was just to gulp it, I mean, I'd probably take the whole cap off and just chug it, be gone in a minute, right? And sometimes I'll do that, go to a boba shop, and I'll order no boba in my drink, and then I'll just gulp it, and then I'll just down the whole thing in a minute. It's all gone. There goes my $5, and now I'm bloated, right? So it's it doesn't. So I mean, it's beneficial for that purpose, but at the same time, I wanna gulp my drink, and I wanna have, like, this intense, because you guys know, like, the more food or the more drink you put in your mouth, the, like, kind of the stronger you can taste it, right? If you just put a couple drops of a soda in your mouth, you're not gonna taste that, right? But if you down half the can in one gulp, then yeah, you tasted it, at least for that 10 seconds, right? But so that's the kind of my thing. Anyway, guys, on another topic, I shaved today. I looked at the very start of the stream. You guys can see my face, because I was adjusting the webcam for like 2 seconds at the beginning of the stream. If you guys, want to see the before and after, I didn't shave then, so I had, like, all this facial hair or whatever, and it gets me thinking, because and I wanted to complain about this on stream too. It's like, my food's not gonna eat itself, so I gotta bring it closer here. What should I call it? Oh, God. My nose has been, like, really dry recently, so there's a lot of crap in it. I don't know. I'm gonna take a bite of food. Eat the thinner part first. Gotta make sure that's all down. I took a melatonin pill, or not a pill. It's like one of those gummy vitamins. I took one of those last night. And like while I was taking it, I grabbed it off my plate and I put it in my mouth, chewed and swallowed. But I was watching a YouTube video, and a funny YouTube video, and so I started laughing. Um, After I swallowed it, I started laughing, and I could feel like the gummy getting like stuck in my chest. Like it's so weird. So and I had that feeling of it stuck in my chest now for like the entire night last night. So I'm like really cautious about like, okay, I gotta eat or drink or whatever, and I can't do anything. I'm not allowed to do anything until that shit is all the way down. So I'm really like paranoid about that. But yeah, I wish this would. Is it gonna stay? Okay, good. I figure it's probably better just to, if I'm gonna talk anyway on stream, I might as well. Is it gonna stay or what? Can I stay, or am I gonna have to get some duct tape for this? Oh my god! You're kidding! I was kidding. Stupid webcam. Oh my fucking! You're kidding me! Oh my god. Okay. Just whatever. It's good. It's good. It's gotta say. But yeah, anyway, I figure like, I think I missed a spot again. Are you kidding me? It's always this spot. Whenever I shave, it's always this spot. It's the corner of my mouth. There's one piece of facial hair that grows separate, and it's super close to my mouth. It's on the other side, obviously, but it's like super close to my mouth. And so I make sure, and so today I was like, okay, while I'm shaving, I made sure that I got it. And I did, and I looked in the mirror 3 times, and there was no hair there. And this was literally like 10 minutes ago that I did this. Now the hair's there. It's it's a facial hair to where it's like, it's in such a position to where if I move my mouth a certain way, it pokes into my lip. This is so annoying. This pokes in my lip. It's this one stray hair. It's so annoying. I have that too in my nose. I have one just nose hair that's like 5 times as long as the rest of them. And so it like, when it grows out, it like sticks out of my nostril. I don't understand. It's just one hair. It's just one hair, and it causes this much inconvenience. And so then another thing is, I have this ear camera. I have this little thing, I have this little stick, and at the end of the stick there's a little camera there with a light. And so I sync it up, it's Bluetooth to my phone. I sync it up and I stick it in my ear, and I look it through the camera because my ear itches. And what do I find in my left ear? Why my left ear itches all the time, why it's itched my whole life, it's because I have one ear hair that is longer than the rest, and it just brushes up against all the sides of my ear whenever I move my head. It's so annoying! And I try to get it out. I'm like, oh, there's a hair in here, right? How did like an eyelash get in here or something like that, right? I try to get it out, and it's stuck to my ear. It's like, it's attached to it. I'd have to pluck it with tweezers, but I'm not gonna do that. My ear's like, it's like right next to my eardrum. I hate this. I have one mustache hair that's intrusive. I have one nose hair that's intrusive. I have one ear hair that's intrusive. I have a skin tag on my back, just one skin tag that's like off center to the right about like 2 inches from my backbone, so it's uneven. That like just bugs me whenever I feel on my back. It's so annoying. Just all these things are so annoying. Why do we have this stuff? Why do we have this stuff on the body? So anyway, I want to talk about it because I was shaving, right? So whatever, right? I had to deal with this, but anyway, so it sounds like I complain a lot, right? It sounds like I complain a lot, but I'm not really like, you know, I'm not letting this stuff ruin my life, obviously, right? Like, you know, first world problems, right? You know, all this stuff is, you know, first world problems, but yeah, actually, I wanted to see. Here. I actually wanted to test this out. Does it play this audio? Yeah, it plays through the headset, so there's no way that I can... It's audio input capture. What does that even mean? I need to shave off this piece of hair. I'll be right back. Alright, let's see if I get copyright claimed for this. No, 0. What is this? Just one. Just let it go. Oh, it's on autoplay? Whoops. 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 Ah, yeah. Kawaii neって言われても大事なとに嬉しくないよ個人としてさら寝れないのけどのさ使いするのはずるい I don't know what it is I gotta love a heartache Do you like it? の夏とが好きなののだな上なんてのし早く生まれていいからなんてI love you とするとところも I love you 初めて見せた素顔もする君だけのロード誰にも泣けないよ Every day I'll get a miss you 本当見つめてみていいの I love you 本当見つめて現実でもすると君のそばにいたいから Yeah いつまでも Yeah I don't know how much of this is copyrighted or not, so I can't really. I don't even think you guys can hear it. Itsuma demo. Oh. Ah. American writing. Just let it go. Do 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 do. Oh boy, guys. Ready for some memes? Here we go. Here we go. Memes. I don't know what to do. I'm so like I didn't want to play video games today. That's kind of why I got on stream here. Beat me Saturday morning, carefully walking to bedroom with a cup full of coffee. Realize, screw it, I can just yeet this cup. Future me will have to clean it up. Eat said cup, coffee everywhere on carpet in bed. Jerk off while laughing at cuck. Future me, my face when I'm future. Mental break. Let's see here. Basically, why I didn't get on stream yesterday, guys, is because I was just browsing freaking 4chan all day. Or browsing the 4chan subreddit all day. There we go. So, here's something relevant to me. Oh boy. Join bottom of the barrel nothing stream with 0 viewers. Use reverse view bot to slowly make him think an audience is forming. Watch the streamer go from doomer mode to, hey guys, how's it hanging? Thanks for tuning into the stream. Don't forget to follow. Toss a $10 donation. Now he's really hamming it up. Start slowly reducing view bots. He gets more and more animated, trying to keep the audience entertained. Eventually it's just me. He looks like he's gonna kill himself. Charge back the $10 and leave the That sounds hilarious, even though I'm a bottom of the barrel streamer with 0 views. I got raided once. Some streamer who, like, raided me, and I got like her 10 viewers or something. And then like 7 of them left. And I had no idea what to do with any of them. So I was like, haha, hey guys, we're not really doing much here. And then the rest of them left. It lasted like 10 minutes. I don't know how to be a streamer. What is this? Just going Reddit all day. Nope, not that one. Watching some person you don't know, who doesn't care about you at all, play a game is about as degenerate as entertainment can be. It's even worse if you watch them because you think the interactions you have are real. Imagine being such an autistic need that you can't comprehend genuine social reactions. Just because the titty streamer with 10k viewers you gave your paycheck goes back to ignoring you after your text-to-speech message doesn't mean all the people who stream don't give a fuck about their viewers. What if on this stream we just reacted to other streamers? What if I just go on on YouTube here, and we go to sidebar, and we just we go live. The Queen opens Welsh Parliament. There's 5 people waiting. This thing's scheduled for tomorrow, and there's 5 people waiting. He's going for the hero play. This guy's 31,000 viewers. Holy crap. Imagine being this strategic at Call of Duty. I like how the school in this game is just a 2-story house where every bedroom is just like a classroom. Rotating in Call of Duty? Oh, as if. How intense. Wait, he got the kill? What the hell? Dang, it's pretty tense. How many people are left? 22. Well, I mean, started viewing this at a good time, I guess. We're pretty much at the end of the game. Oh, nice, he downed him. His loadout fell in the tree. Nice. Ooh. Dang, he's by himself. All the other squads have their duos up. Dude, this guy's surrounded though.
You're just fucking hot.
Dude,
Oh my god.
that's like the worst place for the freaking circle to come in. There's too much cover. Oh my god.
You sure that team's dead to your left? You're 100%. I'm watching you. Jeez. Alright.
It's very like. I just realized how small the actual feed is. Or whatever. Sometimes when I watch YouTube, I forget to like. Nice, he armored him.
Come on, baby!
I mean, 20 kills is insane, and the other dude had like I think 12.
He's gonna hit it. No way.
Oh God! Oh man!
Dev.
Oh no!
Oh, Doc, you were frying, bro.
What happened?
Dude, that is so disappointing. Doc, straight up, best I've ever seen you play. Wow. Damn.
At least I got a bag of beef jerky waiting for me.
Dude, that best I have ever seen you play. That was
Timmy.
no. That was unreal. Okay, no. I've watched you a lot, and I think Chad will back me on this. I've watched you a lot, dude. You were just the confidence was oozing out of you, oozing. That was fun to watch. God, I was gonna fucking just fucking put me on a shelf at like Kmart under a blue light special and sell me as a blender because I just couldn't do anything that game. That was fun though.
That makes me want to uninstall the game.
That's stuff.
I think on PC the game has anti-cheat engine, and so they flagged him for cheating, and so they kicked him out of the game, or something like that, or like the servers lagged or something. So they disconnected him. Yeah, I think they disconnected him because of like a connection issue. Dang, and he was like right there. That's pretty bad. Oh my god. Oh. The Animal Crossing Direct. Wait. This is... This is in 2 days from now. And there's already 370 people. Wait, what? So what, they just... 370 people just like turned on their computer and went to this. And they're just gonna sit here? Really? This is Friday. This goes on Friday, and they're... What? Oh my god. Am I gonna get up for this? Am I gonna wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning in order to watch this? No. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Can I like zoom in? Here we go. Sounds good. And then what I can do to get rid of this top bar here is I can press F11. There we go. Now my camera should be over here. And okay, here we go. Be me, find cute girl I like, start dating at end of high school, quickly start fantasizing about other girls. So this is my first real relationship, always think to myself, could I do better, even though she's cool. Break up after 3 years, penis frick to be free and flirt with all them cuties. Quickly realize I'm an absolute social idiot. Why'd you leave me? Single for about 2 years due to be a social caveman. Find new cute girl. Put lots of effort into going on dates and flirting with her. Really like her. We have sexy times when she becomes my girlfriend. She's perfect for me. Immediately lose interest. Why am I like this? I get it. For guys, it's a tough one. Because it's like you can't just be happy. Grass is always greener, yeah. The fact that one girl likes you, it's like, oh, could everybody else like me too? Fully grown adult. Use Harry Potter reference in a conversation. That's inappropriate. What the? When the imposter is sus. Oh my god, even with the 300 times zoom, this is still really small. Here we go, I don't know how this story is gonna turn out. Be me, decide to get vaccine. Drive on over to the vaccine center in my town. As soon as I get there, I notice a mob across the street. It's a group of anti-vaccine people chanting vaccines cause autism and COVID vaccine is a microchip. Think they're just a bunch of paranoid dipshits. Proceed to head inside, fill out paperwork and await my shot. Wait in a room along with hundreds of other people. Biggest crowd of people I've seen in a room since quarantine. After around an hour, I get the shot. Get told to come back in 2 weeks for the next dose. Leave building. Crowd of dipshits still chanting. Get in the car, head home. About halfway, I start getting a little drowsy. Tough it out till I get home. As soon as I get home, I fall on my couch. Pass out. When I wake up, I notice a loading bar. Downloading autism.exe. Frick. Bar is at 98%. Lay there in fear. 99%. Start to cry. Error. Autism.exe already running on system. My face when I had autism the whole time. Oh no, guys. The vaccine was really a microchip that was downloading autism onto the dude. Good thing he already had it though, so it didn't matter. Guys, it's not going to beat my theory though. The COVID vaccine doesn't have a microchip in it. It doesn't cause autism. What it's going to do is in 5 years, everyone who has the vaccine is going to turn into a zombie. That's what's going to happen. And when everybody's a zombie, then all the anti-vax people who are still alive, if they didn't die from COVID, are they're going to be the only survivors. They're going to be the gun-loving, God-fearing Republican Americans when the entire rest of the world is zombies. Isn't that how it happens in all those zombie movies? They, the zombies, the vast majority of the planet is zombies and there's only a few people surviving, right? At the end of this pandemic, there's only going to be a few people who aren't vaccinated. Ah, there you go. Put 2 and 2 together. Zombie apocalypse. That's the only possible outcome from this. So that's why I'm not getting vaccinated. Is because when all the rest of you turn into zombies, then I'm gonna be alive, and I'm gonna be getting with all, and I'm gonna be able to join all of the irrational, God-fearing gun-loving Republicans as they shoot up all the zombies. I am not gonna fit in at all. Gonna be the only rational one amongst a bunch of crazies. I'm like the only person. I'm the only person who doesn't believe in all of the anti-vaccine like conspiracy talks. Who still isn't getting, but I'm still not getting the vaccine. That's like, I'm like the only one like this. Why am I not getting the vaccine? I don't know. At this point, I don't know. I don't know what I believe in anymore. I want to listen to music. We're gonna listen to, here we go. Lo-fi anime openings. Here we go. Here we go. Just listen to a bunch of. Why am I still here? Dude, it's impossible to find streams on this. I'm trying to find a stream on. Dude, look at this. This guy's just sitting here. He's not talking at all. And he has 1,000 viewers. Ugh. This is like.
What quest did I just get?
Yeah, whatever. This is the guy, Courage. He's like he was one of the like when Mr. Beast first started doing the giving random streamers like $10,000 donations or whatever, right? When he was doing those videos that started to get him popular. This guy Courage was one of the people he first donated to, and at the time Courage was a very small streamer, and then ever since then his popularity blew up. Courage got really popular because of that Mr. Beast video, and then he actually got invited to a few esports teams, and that just kind of launched his streaming career. So that's why this dude has 3.5 million subscribers. Holy crap! I mean, the dude obviously put in work for it, but he really rode that wave that Mr. Beast gave him. Yeah, we don't need this in max quality. There we go.
That's really good. Yeah, I liked it a lot.
Oh, it's lagging. Well, oh, here we go. This is my favorite one. This is how I'm gonna be. Peaceful Asian music. Hmm. There's a really good anime, Horimiya. That's a good one. Yeah. Um, yeah. This anime is really fun. It's very wholesome. This is like legit, like, because normally I don't like romance stuff. Because there's either some form of like cheating or casual sex or the characters are being idiots with each other or whatever, right? Like, I don't know. There's things that makes me upset. Horimiya had none of that. It was just this really wholesome like boy meets girl in high school, and they're just getting along with each other. They like get in a relationship and start dating like right off the bat, and it's just an anime. It's just like a slice of life about this couple who's dating each other. There's like no problems or anything in the relationship either. It's like fantastic. It's like this is like a show doesn't need conflict. It doesn't need like that's the thing. Normally for an inch. Ooh, this is a bop. But yeah, normally in whatchamacallit, in stories in general, make a story interesting, you need to have conflict, right? Romance anime, you don't look at you don't read a romance story for the conflict. You don't read it for the interesting part of it, right? There doesn't need to be tension or conflict or bad things happening or challenges for the characters to overcome or anything like that. None of that. You don't need any of that in a romance story. At least when I read a romance story, God, I can't hear myself think. At least when I read a romance story, or when I read a romance story, I watch a romance anime or whatever. If I'm enjoying a romantic story, I want to enjoy the romantic story. That's like I want to. It doesn't have to be a story. It just has to be a telling of two characters who like each other going through life. That's all it has to be. I don't care if like full documentary them waking up and making breakfast and sitting in the living room and having a joking conversation with each other, which is basically what this anime is. This anime is literally like whatever parts of the day that these two go through that they could make into like a somewhat engaging scene. That's what the entire anime is about. It's just a bunch of various scenes about these two going through their high school life together. That's it. That's it. There's no conflict. There's no problems. It's all just this really like wholesome romance and just this very relaxing, funny at some points. Like life that they're living together. It's like it's fantastic. It's like this is like there's no conflict. They don't get mad at each other and then sleep with their best friends to get revenge and then feel regretful. There's none of that. None of that. No. You don't need any of that. Right? All you need is two wholesome characters. That's it. That's it. Whenever I see the term like romance anime or romance story nowadays, I get so scared because it's like I just want this like peaceful experience where like nothing happens. That's what I want out of a romance story. If I wanted something interesting to happen, I'd go read a fantasy book, right? Or I'd go watch like a detective anime or something, right? You don't need like this picture's very like they just drew her basic character and then they drew him separately. They just like drag and dropped him onto her. Oh god, this is getting a live action. Ugh, gross. Ugh, gross. See, anime, I don't know about you guys, but anime characters don't look Asian to me. That's kind of weird to say because normally, like I've talked about this before, but normally you ask, like, if you ask anybody, like, oh, what race of people, what race do you think these anime characters are? People are either gonna say their own race, or they're gonna say Asian, and those are like the only two options, right? These people do not look Asian. The anime characters here don't look Asian. And so when they translate an anime that's like, I think, oh, it's white people, right? Because I think anime characters are white people for the most part because their skin tone is white. And their eyes are big, right? Asians got those squinty eyes generally. And anime characters have the big, like maybe the dude could be Asian, right? I'd be convinced. I mean, his hair's a little too good for that, but the girl isn't. The girl is definitely like typical Starbucks girl or whatever, right? But so when they take these white skin tone, big wide-eyed anime characters and then they make a live action adaptation of it, it's always with Japanese people. It's always with Japanese people that they star it. This girl, they got it pretty. I'll admit they got with the Japanese girl here. They got it pretty close. They got it like as close as feasibly possible for a Japanese person. But she needs to like her eyes need to be like triple size in order to get that facial expression right. And both their hair need to be a little more glossy and layered. Anyway, I love this anime. This anime gets a 9 out of 10 for me. It's at the top of my anime list. Let's just whatever. Now that I'm talking about it, let's just go to my anime list. Ugh. This is like the most popular anime website, but I hate when like your username is your like the username to log in is the username to is your title name. So I could go to any like King's Sherlock's, and if I guess there's his username, I could steal his account right now, right? As long as I know the password. What's this one? God, this anime that this guy's from, Jujutsu Kaisen, is really good. Or it's kinda good. It's kinda good. People are really like hyping up Jujutsu Kaisen. It's like not. I mean, it's like it's really good. I think it's one of the better shows, but it's like it's not something to like bust your nut to, right? Like, you know, whatever. Anyway, I'm gonna go to my profile here. God, I love this picture. I had a friend. I had a friend send me this picture as like a reaction, cause I did the normal home face like a Discord emoji, and then he pulls out the this, and then he puts that. I just burst out laughing. Anyway, what have I watched recently? Oh God. Really, this is it? I could swear I watched more anime in the past. Okay, from June to apparently I watch one anime a month and I skip July. There's no way. There's no way. I watched more anime than that. Do I have anything? Okay, I watched Talentless Nana, but I don't. That might have been before Shirapako. What was 86? It's this one. I like how it says there's 11 episodes, and the last episode was episode 13. They got that a little wrong. This is supposed to be really good. Here we go. We're gonna. No, we're just gonna. Darling in the Franks. Sounds decent. Can I? I don't want it in alphabetical. I want it in like. What have I watched recent? Can I? Last anime updates. Yeah, anime history. All history. Don't give me 2 weeks ago. I want to know like I want to know like 4 months ago. Ugh, whatever. How do I navigate this website? What manga did I complete? Oh yeah, I finished Death Note. Yeah, 9 out of 10. That was it's like back in middle school. I read Death Note. What chapter of Doctor Stone am I on? I don't even know. God, this song is so dope. Can I, like, how do I do filters? Oh, sorts. Okay, here we go. Finish dates. Sending. Yeah, good. No, that's not correct. Okay, what's some of the first? You know, it's like, because I made this list, I made my anime list, like a couple years ago, right? I've been watching anime since I was in, like, 4th grade, right? Since I was, like, 9 years old, I started watching, like I remember in, like, what was it? I think I was in, like, I was in 4th grade. I had the crappy, we got an upgrade on the computer, so I got the crappy, like, Gateway, like, 1990 computer. on his little desk, giant, like, you guys know the giant TVs, right? Well, the computer monitors were the same way. They were giant, huge monitors. The resolution is pretty much like what my webcam picture is right now. That's small, but it was blowing, so it was very pixely. I had that on desk, on a small desk about the size of this little table, and I had downloaded episodes of Naruto, because I think Naruto was like my first anime, and I had downloaded episodes of Naruto on there, and I was playing on some like crappy third-party video player that was available then, because this is what, like 2004, and that was like my first anime. And so of course all my life I've been watching anime, and so that's like when I'm like, what, 9 years old. I was like 24 years old when I made this list, and so having to remember, trying to remember all of the anime that I've watched over the years. It's so difficult. I don't, every anime, if you say it, it'll stick out to me. But I can't go based off of nothing, right? So, and then on here, you can on my anime list, you can also put in like when did you watch the anime? Not only when did you watch the anime, but when did you start it and when did you finish it, right? If I watched, if I started like an anime last week and then I finished it last night, then yeah, I'll probably remember the dates. But if I watched Naruto in the 4th grade, I don't even know what year that is, right? It's like, I don't remember I remember when I started watching One Piece. That was 2000. That was 2000. That was summer of 2006. I remember, because One Piece, Naruto was my first anime, but One Piece was my second. I remember, it's very fond memories. I had, I want to make sure. Yeah, okay, you guys can probably still hear me. But yeah, it's very fond memories because of One Piece, because what it was my older brother, who's the one who got me into anime, because he's like 5 years older than me, right? So he was like already in high school when I was in elementary, and so he already knew. He's the one who gave me all the anime to watch, whatever, right? But we didn't have Crunchyroll or like these pirate streaming sites or anything like that, right? So a lot of these websites, it was like AnimeWatch.com or something like that, or like .tv or something like that. It's these very sketchy websites, and we didn't have an ad blocker or anything. But this is like in the prehistoric days of the internet. So like, God, One Piece. Can I organize this by by descending? Here we go. Okay, here we go. Here's more of a list. Oh, when did I watch? I watched this in one day. I watched the entirety of Talentless Nana in one day. Yeah, but anyway, I was saying with One Piece, so basically, like, it was super hard to find anime. So what I did, and my brother, it was summer. It was the summer before middle school, so, my brother told me about this great anime called One Piece. And I was like, so like Naruto, so yeah, sure, whatever. And so, basically, he was going to Japan on a class trip, and he was going to be gone for a couple weeks. So he taught me, because before this, right? I'm an elementary school student, right? I don't know how to download anime. I don't know how to get any. I don't know how to browse the internet, right? Like going on addictinggames.com is like the most that I know how to do on the computer. but just still better than a lot of adults out there. But yeah, it's and so I didn't know how to do any of this, and so he's like, okay, I'll teach you how to do this. I'll teach you how to download these episodes because One Piece at the time was like 250 episodes out, right? That's a lot of episodes. And he's like, okay, we don't have all the episodes downloaded. You got to download them yourself while you're watching. I'll teach you how to download them. And so we go on to there's a chat program, and it still exists today, called IRC. It's like this. It's like, you guys know the instant messaging. You guys imagine Discord, but it looks actually. God, I forget what IRC looked like. No, not the International Rescue. IRC program. Here we go. No, fucking computer program. Here we go. Internet chat relay. Yeah, here we go. Okay, here we go. God, what was the? Yeah. So, no, not that. God, fucking. Yeah, sure, whatever. Here we go. So here it is, right? This is IRC. It's this. It's a chat program where you connect to different servers, but you see there's like different server links up here, or different server tabs, but it's designed. It's formatted like you're editing code on the computer. I'm 10 years old, and and I have to figure this shit out. So my brother set me up. He's like, okay, there's a general server. There's a general anime server where you can request the episodes, and you have to type in this very specific line of code, like /get underscore download colon, and then quotations, One Piece colon P 216 or something like that, end quotation, right? And then all of that's in brackets or whatever, right? I don't even remember anymore. And so you have to type in, and it's a different code for each episode. And so I had to type that in and then get it confirmed that, okay, you're going to receive the download. And so now I had to go to the other server and then type in like a similar code to initiate the download. And then I was going to download it, and then I save it to the computer. Or like you do the download and they give you the torrent file for it, and then you open the torrent file and you get it. It's this whole process, and you have to do that for every single episode. And right, this is 2006, right? And this is 2006. We had dial-up internet, so you're talking about maybe like 100 kilobytes a second. So it would take a half an hour for one anime episode to download. Perfect. Because as long as I watch the opening and the ending songs of the One Piece episodes, then I could have one episode downloading in the background while I'm watching the previous one, right? Or I could be watching an episode while downloading the next one preemptively. And then after every episode, I would have to confirm the download, make sure it went through, and then initiate the next one. And I did this or whatever, right? On this type of stupid server thing. It's so archaic. But yeah, so I was downloading, and that summer, right, that 2 weeks that he was gone, I watched like over 100 episodes of freaking One Piece. It was amazing. And One Piece is it's just absolutely amazing. So That was great. I loved it. But yeah, let's have a stupid server. So yeah, that was One Piece for me. Oh my god. Shinzo Sasage. That's just a song title, Shinzo Sasage. What? I can be whoever I want to be. Thanks, Hunter Barrows. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, that's my like having to figure out a little bit of computer code in order to access multiple servers in order to download my One Piece episodes as a fifth grader, right? So, which obviously like fifth graders nowadays are like way more technically advanced than that, right? Like there are fifth graders out there who are like creating their own websites and you know like creating their own apps on the iTunes store and stuff like that, right? Which I think is great, but you know this whole IRC thing was very it was a lot. But yeah, there are like hashtags and stuff. Hashtags, there are pound symbols and whatnot. Are they coming out with another season of this? That's decent. There's no like. There's no next season of ReZero, really. This show like took off. Overlord 4? What are you even gonna do for Overlord? What was the plot for Overlord 4? There are police sirens. Ah, God. No way they're doing the Holy Kingdom arc? Wait. No, it's too early for the Holy Kingdom. Wait a second. Overlord. Light novels. Yeah, no, it was... Wasn't... God. Overlord was such a jam. Oh my god. This is different though. Overlord Phantom. There we go. I want to look at this. $90,000 pages. There's no way there's 90,000 pages under the frickin' under just this. Who's this? I've read every single light novel of this series, and I don't know who that character is. Let's see. What did I want to find? I wanted story arcs. Oh, they don't organize this that well. This is gross. Kingdom arc. Yeah, where did the anime stop? Yeah, okay, so there's just his personal kingdom arc, and then the Dwarf Kingdom, And then the Holy Kingdom arc. Wait, no, that. Wait, they're skipping two of them. You can't. There's no way they can't do the Holy Kingdom all in one, in just one movie. There's no way they're gonna condense the. They're gonna condense two volumes of the book into a 2-hour movie. You can't do that. The Holy Kingdom arc deserves at least its own season. It's 2 seasons worth of content. God. For any of you who are interested in Overlord, like, the appeal the appeal of the appeal of Overlord is, I mean, there's the power fantasy, obviously. That's the main draw. But the thing is, it's the creative ways that that they tackle the conflict. And for the creativity to shine, there has to be really good story writing. And the light novel does a fantastic job of just keeping you in the moving the plot along while still keeping you kind of in the dark until, you know, the ball drops and then just everything hits the floor and then it's revealed. And it's just like, and all the reveals in the books are just fantastic. Because because obviously the anime goes up until, God, what is there? There's 11 story arcs. Get this out of the way. There's 13 books. Can mark all the spread. There we go. Sorry, I read that. This was what? This was added to a year and a half ago, and they're not. Is this ever gonna occur? who cares about studios? These numbers are very arbitrary. This is the character that had Tai Chi in it, right? Wait. Yeah, Tai Chi. Yeah. I was complaining about romance anime being like, oh, there's cheating or love triangles. That's what it is. A lot of romance stories have love triangles in them, and I hate love triangles. You know, boy likes girl, and then the girl likes another boy. And it's like someone's getting cucked, right? And it's so stupid. And I hate it. So, Chiafu, fantastic anime. I absolutely love it. But except for there's a god dang love triangle in it. Why did they do this? The freaking this the guy freaking this boy likes the girl, but the girl likes the Asian guy back here, but the Asian guy lives in a different city than these two. So these two go to school together, and so the boy likes the girl, but the girl doesn't like the boy back. She likes the Asian kid. Ugh. Oh my freaking god. And so it's like the fact that that dynamic even exists in the story, like, really, like, it sours like every scene for me. I'm like super sensitive to this stuff. I don't know if it's probably just me, but I'm really sensitive to, like, you know, love triangles and cheating, and people don't like, you know, unreciprocated love, you know, that sort of thing. Like, if, you know, the guy likes the girl and the girl's just focused on her career, then that's totally fine. But she likes a dude who's in another city, and she's, like, had a crush on him since, like, 4th grade or whatever. I don't know. And the Asian dude even tells the other boy, he's like, oh, I thought you'd already be dating the girl. And then the boy's like, no, she likes you. And he's all bitter about it. And, like, I'm bitter about it. It's like, oh my god. It's so bad. Rawr. They almost pulled that stunt in the movie A Silent Voice. And I was gonna, like, when that came up, like, in the movie, I was gonna, like, flip my pants off. It was so ridiculous. But it ended up not being the case, as was revealed like 10 minutes later in the movie. So I was like, okay, thank god. I don't know. I hate it. Anyway, if you guys watch Overlord, then I would really implore you guys that because Overlord, the 3rd season ends on it ends on a good note. But then it's like, if you had any interest in the show, then you want to know what happens next, and I want to know what happens next. And then it was like, oh, I gotta read books on a computer. I gotta read a book Your Name is pretty good. Yeah, but you gotta read the books in this format where they give you a couple pictures, cool, and then you have all this text. Look at this. All this text. Look at how much. Look at how much. Look at how much text there is. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Oh my god. Look at all that text. Oh, there's a picture apparently. Look at all this text. Oh my god. There you go. Chapter 1 finished. Now there's 4. There's 4 chapters and an epilogue. So anyway, really long pages like that. I started on volume 10, I think. So there's a prologue and an epilogue, so you have about like 5 per. So I end up reading like 20 of these pages, and obviously, you can't finish this whole tiny scroll bar over here. You can't finish this. You can't even finish one of these in one sitting, right? Which made it fantastic. So I would be at work on my phone, with this open in the web browser, and I would read. I'd start here, and I'd read all the way, like, lunch break. Maybe I'd get over here. Maybe I'd get to part 2, and I'd be like, "Wow, what a journey!" And then I would close it, or I would just minimize the tab. I go to work, whatever, right? That was my lunch. Go back to work. And I'd go, finish work, go to the bus stop, open it back up. I'd read part 2. Bam, 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 and the bus comes. Get on the bus, bam, 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 read more on my phone, right? Just my face glued to it. Then boom, get off the bus. Now I gotta walk 10 minutes to my house from the bus stop. Boom, 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 right? Part 3, part 2 done, right? It's fantastic. And the thing is, I did this, because I remember I was working at a new job site at the time. Like, this was, I was going through a breakup. I needed to absorb myself into something, right? I had a lot on my mind, so I needed to absorb myself into something. And so I started reading this, and it just absorbed it absorbed, a lot of my time. It was just so interesting to read. It was just so, it was so captivating. And the thing is, every moment of the day that I was working or doing something else, I would just look forward to, I would be like, man, I just want to keep reading. I just want to read that next part. And just the interesting stuff just kept coming and coming with this story. So good. And once you get to the, once you get to, the Holy Kingdom arc, the Holy Kingdom arc is fantastic. Oh my god. It's just such a great experience overall. But the thing is, that was, that was 3 years ago. Yeah, the last volume released April of 2018. And it got translated pretty quickly, but yeah, then it took 2 years for the next volume to come out. So the fact that this is still an ongoing series, it sucks, because the writing is so good. It makes sense that this dude takes a couple years to come out with each volume. But I feel like I gotta go into, a coma for, 10 or 20 years to see this guy finish the whole series. Look at this. I haven't even read this volume, but this looks so cool. Oh my god. I want to. But yeah, anyway, it's been 3 years since I read this, because it was 3 years since the last volume came out. This was a journey. And the thing is, like, I've tried to read other light novels because I was like, okay, you know, this is kind of a thing where I could watch an anime. What song is this? Oh, Crossing Field, yeah. No wonder I recognize it. But this was a thing where I thought, like, okay, you know, I can watch an anime, and if the anime is really good and I want to know what happens next, I can read the light novels, and the light novels will just continue taking me on this magical journey. No other light novels have been able to do that for me. No other light novels. I mean, I have this, like... I don't ruin these. Okay. I have these, like, I have these, which are, like, I have these, Grimgar of Fantasy and Ash, which is like, this is volume 6. I have like up to 8, and apparently there's like 15 of these out or something like that. And so I bought like a whole bunch of these because the what was it? The anime ended on it. The anime only adapted books 1 and 2. And I actually I hated the anime. The anime actually doesn't do the books justice. You read the books 1 and 2 of Grimgar from start to finish, and it's great. It's like fantastic. I think I where is it? I have it like I put Grimgar on here. Yeah, I rated it a 9. The light novels are fantastic. The anime really really got skimped here. Oh, no, this is the manga. It doesn't even link the anime. Yeah, Grimgar, here we go. People rated it that high? Oh. See, the anime this Grimgar has a really good concept because it's an isekai, right? You guys know isekai. It's you get normal person, you get sent to another world, right? Sword Art Online could be considered an isekai, right? Because it's, you know, there's the real world Japan, right? And they get sent to the world of a video game, right? Technically, yeah, this could be isekai. Overlord's an isekai. What else? What are popular isekais? I mean, Devil's a part-timer. It's like a reverse isekai, I guess. There's the 15 best isekais. Go away. Ugh, the animation set. I was gonna watch Escaflowne. Princess Connect. I heard this anime is absolute garbage. Oh my god. Who's making this? Who's making this list? This Grimgar does not deserve to be here. Ugh, gate. Sorry online. Yoja Senki deserves to be here. Overlord deserves to be there. Rising Shield Hero, yeah. Ugh. Okay. Whatever. isekai, right? You're in the modern world, and you get teleported to a fantasy world, right? So it's not just fantasy; it's fantasy, but the fact is, like, your character gets transported. The thing what they did in Grimgar is they did that concept. God, these books are nice. Oh my god. Ah, it's the page turns and everything. God, I gotta continue reading this. But the thing about Grimgar is that thing about Grimgar, the concept was that everyone gets isekai'd. A lot of people, it's not just one. It's not just your main character who gets isekai'd. It's a lot of people get isekai'd here. A lot of people get taken from the modern world, and they get put into this world, and that happens, and they but the thing is, they lose all their memories, so they don't know anything about the world they came from. But they know they came from another world. But so they lose all their memories. They don't know who they are or anything. But now they have to work as like volunteer soldiers. Basically, they have to go out and kill monsters, right? As you would expect. But the thing is, everybody sucks at killing monsters, right? That's kind of the catch of this, is that people aren't just overpowered. Like, these characters suck at killing monsters. And the thing is, like, people die because people die to like groups of low-level goblins. They just get like stabbed at the wrong time, and they die from it. And it's like there's really high stakes here, and it's the whole story is about like the struggle of this kid who he doesn't belong here, and he's like super weak, and he has to get together all a party of rejects, because they were the capable people who went off on their own, and so now he's stuck. Now here's everybody else without their sense of direction, and they don't get to eat tonight if they don't make money killing monsters, right? And so they got to go. He's got to like try to get this group together, this group of misfits, of weak people or whatever, and he's got to lead them, and they got to go kill monsters and make a measly income, right? But they're literally risking their lives doing so. And so the way that the concept's like introduced and like shown or whatever is very good. In the books, the concept itself was very good, and I think that's why this anime got such a high rating. But you keep watching it, like if you watch the anime, because what I did with this is I watched the anime and read the book side by side. So what I would do is I would read a couple chapters of the book, and then when that story, and then when that part of the book ended, I would go watch the anime episode of the adaptation. And I felt like, because I started watching the anime first, and I was kind of like bummed out by it, so I read the book. I watched like the first couple episodes, I was kind of bummed out by it, so I read the book to catch up to where I was in the anime, and the book was so much more well written than the anime was. And I was like, what the heck? And then I kept reading further in the book. I read further in the book, and then I watched the anime episode that corresponded with it, just to give myself a visual, and I kept going back and forth. And it was actually a really good experience. But what I noticed while doing that is, and I don't know, people normally do one or the other. People normally only watch the show because they don't like reading, or they only read the book because they do like reading, right? But since I did both, I was able to see, and I've only done both with this one show, right? This isn't something that I do, but, normally. But I did this with this show, and what I noticed by doing this is that they cut out a lot of the parts from the book. They cut out a lot of the characterization, right? But the anime the pacing was weird. It felt too fast. I can't. Oh God, it's too bright. Okay, there we go. or might as well look at Jujutsu Kaisen here. But yeah, it was the anime seemed too fast paced. It seemed like they were just skipping over a bunch of things, brushing over certain events, and just kind of rushing everything else. And oh god, my eyes. I gotta like. Oh my god. Okay. That like bright screen, just like, ugh. That's better. Since you guys can still hear the music, but yeah, basically, since I did that, I read the book and watched the show by side by side. It felt like they brushed over a lot of stuff, and it felt really rushed. And there were certain scenes that I still remember to this day that in the book they were really impactful. Each of these scenes told a lot of story, and they told a lot about the characters and their thought processes and stuff. And in the anime, they showed the same scene, but it was in the anime. It was meaningless. It didn't make sense. It didn't. Ooh, it's a JoJo thing. The scene wouldn't make sense. Yada yada. The scene wouldn't make sense in the anime. It felt rushed, and it didn't mean anything. Why? It begged the question, like, why did they write the scene in? What was the point of this or whatever? And so I go back to the book, and I compare the two. There's a problem translating books into shows or books into movies. And you guys probably know this, because this doesn't just happen in anime. This happens in like movie adaptations of popular books, right? Like, Twilight or Percy Jackson, or and any of this other stuff, right? What is wrong? Why does every movie based off a book have people who say the book was better? Why does that always happen? It's because in the book you can write what the characters are thinking. That's like 90% of the reason why this occurs is because there's a disconnect. During these scenes in the anime that were completely meaningless, when you read them in the book, these same scenes, there would be a lot of thought behind it, or whatever. There would be the characters thinking about all of the actions and the implications, and how they felt, and how they thought other people would feel, and all this sort of stuff about every single little action. There's this one scene and this probably isn't going to make any sense, but there's this one scene in Grimgar where one of the party members died. And so the party member died, and everyone else is depressed about it, and so they go to and I'm kind of spoiling this because I don't recommend that anybody get into this anime, but so they go to the tavern. They're all depressed about it and whatnot, and so some stronger characters come up to them in the tavern, and they're like, oh, we heard about what happened to your party member. That must have sucked. You have our condolences. Here's a little money to assist you, and they hand him a bag of gold. And in the anime, it's said, wow, that's a lot of gold. And then like 5 seconds, and then the main character looks at the gold, the bag of gold, picks it up and gives it back to the dude who gave it to them, and he's like, and the main character is like, yeah, thanks, but we don't need your money. We don't need your penny money. And the dude looks at him weird. The dude looks at him weird, and I actually do this. The dude looks at him weird and is like, are you sure? Okay, yeah, whatever. And then one of the other party members freaks out and is like, dude, we could have used that money. And then the main character just like stares off. That's like the whole scene in the anime. It makes no sense, right? What happened? Their party member died. They're sad about it. They get given a lot of gold. They give the gold back. It doesn't make any sense, right? Why did this, first of all, why do you give the gold back, right? There's a lot of questions there. But more importantly, why did you even write the scene in? It seemed meaningless. In the book, that short scene that I just described in a minute, that was an entire chapter. Why was it an entire chapter? Because at every single point, every single little action in that event, there was this whole like inner monologue about what this meant, right? The main characters, they're all depressed, and the main character is thinking about what are they gonna do now. Now they're in a lot. That was our best guy that died. What are we gonna do? We're at a financial loss. How are we gonna survive? We got to find another party member to replace him. That's gonna be really hard. There's all these thoughts going on, and so the scene isn't even about the gold anymore. The scene isn't even about these other people anymore. It's about the fact that they're like, that this dude is trying to strategize, like, what are we supposed to do now? It's this huge moment in the book, and he's thinking about it. In the anime, he doesn't think about it at all because he can't. Because there's no voice in it or whatever, right? There's no inner thought voice, right? You don't know what they're thinking, right? They're just sitting there in the anime. But in the book, they're describing like this main character's thoughts and all of the emotional distress that he's going through. And then in the middle of that emotional distress, here comes the dude with the bag of gold. He approaches them. Just the fact that he approaches them. Another inner monologue, right? There's another inner monologue. Oh, here comes this person. This is what I think of this person, right? This is, he goes on, these thoughts about, these implications about how this guy approaching him, right? He's expecting like, oh, here comes this guy who never talks to us, who like kind of hates us. Here he comes or whatever with a somber look on his face. He's probably going to take pity on us. He's probably going to, take pity, sympathize with us, whatever, right? Even though he hasn't helped us out before. And then he starts, the main character starts getting bitter. He starts being like, oh, if only these stronger people were there in the first place, if only they didn't abandon us in the beginning of the book. Maybe things wouldn't have turned out like this. He's half forming a thought of like blaming other people about this or whatever, which really tells a lot about his character, because he's one to like make excuses and to like kind of dip out of things. So the implication of this strong dude coming towards them in the first place has its own thought process, and that thought process is explained in the book. It's skipped over in the anime, right? In the book, the fact that these two characters are now like face to face in the first place means something. In the book, it means something. In the anime, it doesn't mean anything, right? You could draw two stick figures on a piece of cardboard come face to face, and they, it mean just as much as what this is, right? But in the book, it means something because it means something to the characters, and we got to know them through their inner thoughts. And then the bag of gold is dropped in front of them. In the book, now the character, right? In the anime, they don't even explain any of this. But in the book, they talk about like, this is a lot of gold. This is more gold than we've ever made. With this, we could probably hire mercenaries. We could get really good gear for ourselves. We could do all of we could do a lot with this money. we could totally like revamp our party and maybe become a little successful because of that, because of this gold that we were just given, this handout that we've just been given out of pity. And then the main character thinks about it. That's right. It's just a handout. It's just out of pity. We do so bad on our own. We're constantly at the mercy of other people, where we sleep at night, what food we can afford to eat, what monsters we can kill, who lives and dies in our party. We have no control over this. We're constantly at the mercy of others. And the character thinks about this. And then he thinks, if we accept this, if we just take every loss that we get and accept a handout from others, we're never going to survive. We're never going to grow. We're never going to be able to move on, and we won't have learned anything from our party member's death. That's when he picks up the bag of gold and hands it back to the other dude. And then the other dude looks at him with a weird look and everything else, and then the other party members like freak out at him, like, dude, we could have gotten so much with that gold or whatever. But now, this is in the book, now right? It didn't make any sense in the anime because they didn't explain any of this. But now that it's been explained in the book, it means the action of the main character giving the gold back, the implications of what they've lost, but what they will gain in the future by giving that gold back, by not taking that pity money. It's so tremendously meaningful in the book, and it's a turning point. It's an emotional turning point in the main character's character development, that he gives us gold back. It's such a pivotal scene to where I remember it. I read this book 2 years ago and I remember it, right? Because it was that important. But it was important because we got to hear the character's thoughts, because we got to deeply understand why this was important and what it meant to take it, what it meant to take the money, and what it meant even more to give it up. And that's the real power of that scene. And in the anime, none of that was explained. None of that was explained or even hinted at. The dude just, here's the money. No thank you. Why'd you give the money away? That's all the anime showed. It didn't make any sense. The entire show of Grimgar, the entire appeal of the story comes through the character development, the fact that these people are able to really struggle, and they're able to struggle and suffer and move on because of that, and grow as from weak to not so weak. That's the entire point of the whole story, and that can only be communicated through the book form, which is why I gave the anime a 6 out of 10, but I gave the light novels a 9 out of 10, because there's just something there that it's just missing, when you miss that, when you miss the ability to delve deep into the character's mind and the character's thoughts and like that, then you're not able to fully understand. You're not able to fully understand what anything means to anybody, what the purpose of anything is. You're not able to understand that, and because of that, you're not able to care. Right? So that's why the book is better than the movie. That's why the book's always better than the movie. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, speaking about books being better than the movie, god. You guys want to know a book? I have a book recommendation. It's not Overlord. It's not Grimgar. It's Racing in the Rain. Not the movie. Screw the movie. Racing in the Rain. Here's the book cover. We're not even gonna look at the movie. These This isn't the movie. This isn't. This is it. Look at that. The cute little pupper at the bottom of the book. Oh, he's so cute. Look at that. This old soul of a dog has much to teach us about being human. There we go. It's a cute little pupper. Kind of blocking it with my webcam there. But, Racing in the Rain. It's such a good book. And this is another one of those books where, because this is the book about there's this guy who's married, and he has a daughter and a dog. It's the main characters of the book is the dude and the dog. And guess who the story is told by? The story is told by the dog. The entire book is told by the dog. It's from the dog's perspective. The dog doesn't know anything that's going on outside of his own eyes. And the book is fantastic. But the thing is, how can you tell a story from a dog's perspective? It's a talking dog? No, it's not. The dog cannot talk. He can only bark and poop everywhere. But he thinks. The dog thinks. And that's what it is. The whole book is the dog narrating what he thinks about the story. And it's fantastic. It's a fantastic story anyway, but it's even more fantastic because of this. Whereas in the movie, I can imagine, and I know nothing about the movie, so I'm just assuming here. But, ooh, I like this song. It's the Hokage funeral. But yeah, so I'm just assuming here, because I never watched the movie. I'm not going to ruin this, this book for me. But, I'm not going to ruin this book for myself. But, I assume that in the movie, it's just a play-by-play of the events that happen with a tiny bit of the dog's narration, thrown in there. Or it's going to be one of those, like, generic, like, oh, yeah, that's me. The guy and a dog in the car. That's me, with my head sticking out the window and me panting all over the place. That's me. I'm the dog in the car. Haha, there we go. My owner is a bit of a racer, and he likes to race in the rain, blah, 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 right? It's going to be one of those, right? And while those aren't necessarily, like bad, the whole point of this, the entire, like even the ending of this book was entirely based off of the dog's thoughts, right? And the thing is, in order to stick the landing with the, or in order to like progress into the ending, they're probably going to have the dog narrate only the thoughts that are necessary, only the parts of the book that are like necessary to bring the story to a close. Because the thing is, the story is kind of, it's kind of like, it's not necessarily sad, although the ending is sad, but the story like has a bit of conflict in it, and so the conflict isn't to do with the dog. The conflict is what's happening to the people, and the dog feels like he's in the middle of it, and that's really like. And you're this dog, and you're looking at everything, and you're a dog, and you want to be a happy dog, and all this bad stuff is happening around you, and it just makes you a sad pupper, right? And he's a sad pupper sometimes, and it sucks, because all he wants to do is he wants to get in the race car and stick his head out the window while his owner, drives around the racetrack with him. That's all the dog wants to do. But this dog's got to deal with his owner, complications of having a family issues with the in-laws, issues with his job and money problems, and all this sort of stuff, right? And it's like, you just want the dog to be happy. You just want the dog to be happy. It's a good ending. Dog's name is Enzo. Enzo the dog. I think his name was Enzo. I'm pretty sure his name is Enzo. Hope I'm remembering that right. It's been like 2 years since I read this book. Everything I've ever done, it was like 2 years ago. I haven't done anything in the past like year. bleh. Anyway, I hate that when I look up this book now, it's all the movie shots. I don't want any of this stuff. Is this the daughter? This better not be the daughter. Disgusting. Disgusting. The daughter's not supposed to look like anything. Oh no, that's the wife. Disgusting. Disgusting. Oh no. They changed. They changed the cover of it to the dog in the movie. You can't do that to me. No. Now they're publishing this book with the promotional with the dog from the movie instead of the dog from the, but this is the dog from the book. This is the real one. It's not this guy. No, get this out of here. It's this one. It's the cute little pup. You guys can't see it 'cause it's on the right side of my screen. But anyway, whatever. Racing in the Rain. Or The Art of Racing in the Rain. Very good book. It's nothing like my Japanese cartoons. They're like right here. But, this book deserves a little more. Oh, hell yeah. Do. Yeah. Do. Do. God. Ah, perfect. But yeah, anyway. What was I doing? Oh yeah, Horimiya. It's a comfy anime. It's a comfy anime. If I want an anime that's comfy, I'll rewatch Horimiya. I don't need to try new things. Psh. Anyway, let's see. What have I haven't looked at this in a while. I only look at this stuff on stream. What have I watched in the past? It took me a week to finish Horimiya. Horimiya is comfy. Shirbako. Took me a week to watch that. Oh, now and then, here and there. Ugh. I'll watch that stupid podcast, right, with the three guys talking, and they'll hype up an anime. They'll be like, "Oh, this was such a good anime," or whatever. This anime was like revolution. This anime changed my life. Blah blah. Right? Can I make this like dark theme, please? Do I have like a? There's nothing. Control my music. Is there a dark theme for this? Dark theme. Ah, much better. I can't live without my dark theme. Horimiya manga. I want to read the manga. Yeah, anyway. Come Guy's pretty good. They don't have a distinction between manga and light novels. Oh, there we go. Top light novels. Don't name a novel season 1, season 2. God, everyone's busting a nut over ReZero. It wasn't that great. It wasn't that great. What can I read? Can I, like... Can I do top as in like most? Yeah, most popular here. Attack on Titan, Berserk, One Piece. Wow, Horimiya's that high up.
So I feel like manga readers just exist in that world. So when we talk about the anime community, most people refer to it as like the manga community. We kind of assume that we're just synonymous with each other, right? But then there are times when I just kind of realize that I have no idea what's going on in the manga world sometimes. Like there's this airing anime right now called Horimiya. That's
So good.
yeah, exactly. Maylin's just like fangirling.
The manga's
Favorite manga
the
according to
manga's
Maylin.
fucking awesome.
Like when the anime was getting adapted, there was like so many manga novels that were
They come out.
they just come out and say, oh my god, this is my favorite manga. I fucking love this manga. and here I am thinking, what is this rock that you're all living under? What is this rock?
This is the thing, right? I say 6 out of 10. I'm sure that like me, like I forget about it. But when the anime's announced, I'm like, yo, that's my fucking favorite. I love that one. I read that ages ago. I love that.
No, because the thing is, I had never heard of Horimiya before the anime got adapted this winter season, right? And I'm just like, it must be a pretty, like, it must have like a cult following or something. So, search it out. And
It has a cult following,
and
right?
it is the 13th most popular manga of all time on my anime list. And I'm just like, how have I never heard this name before? Or how has no one discussed this in my presence before? I thought,
Reading.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I find so interesting about the manga world is that even if it's like universally praised and credited as being this most amazing piece of work, right? The manga world, it's just really surprising how few people in the anime community actually know about it. Like, I guarantee, not many people know about like Oya Sport, even though I think it's like the second or third highest rated manga on
yeah, I feel like
Yeah, see, look at that. Horimiya, great. Look at that. It's number 13. Boom. Wow. That's just what they were talking about. It's the 13th highest one, and I'm on the website that says so. It's higher than Promised Neverland. And it's higher than Kaguya-sama. What am I doing? 瞳言えない今日は言えない音通りに守できないあの頃に許したノルをわらく立ってくれない分かってくれない手の選びをってしまうだけ I don't know. You know what sucks though, is that like if you watch, obviously I didn't have this problem with Grimgar, because I read the line also in the beginning. But if you go to a show and you're like, okay, here we go, Spice and Wolf, right? Spice and Wolf, which is like so good. I love Spice and Wolf. It had a little bit of like implied cheating in it in the second season, and like it took me a while to like get past that. But because I'm such a loser, right? But it's an anime, right? I don't know why it's a Japanese title. It's called Spice and Wolf. Okay, I did put it on here. I watched this in like high school. Then I like rewatched it in high school. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, I lost a point because that's fucking cheating in it. But whatever. Anyway, so they came out with the second season 2009. 2009, right? Like, I'm just starting high school, right? It's 12 years. 2009 is 12 years ago. Oh my god, I'm so old. But so I remember 2009. But yeah, 12 years ago. They're not making any more of this. But the story left off on a cliffhanger. They're gonna go to the mountains and find her family. I want to know. I want to be there for that journey. I don't get to be there for the journey, right? I'm so pissed because I ended the anime in 2009. So you think like, okay, you know what are your options? You want to continue the story, but the anime's not out. Read the books, right? And so I'm like, okay, I'll read the books, right? Where do I start? That's really the issue. Because the problem is when you watch a show and then it continues in the books, the problem is, you know, much like with Grimgar, much like the issue with Grimgar, just, you know, only watching the show, you can't, a lot of the times you can't just continue with the books because the show didn't adapt everything from the books. The problem is that this, you know, I want to look at, you know, this, but like on a black background. Here we go. Whatever, it's all pixely. Can I just look up Spice and Wolf background? Here we go. Give me something comfy. Here it is. No, we're going this way. Here we go. Perfect. Disgusting. Doesn't look like her. I just want something to look at while I talk, but like, not. Here you go. She's a little smug in this one. Smug anime face. Anyway. Spice and Wolf, right? I know my webcam's blocking it. Whatever. I want it mirrored. Whatever. But, what am I supposed to do? That looks terrible. Anyway, so look, it's a town. It's generic. It's a Bob Ross painting. Anyway, it's almost a Bob Ross painting. The art is pretty decent, but yeah. Anyway, they the problem is that the anime doesn't adapt all of the book. You're missing a lot of details from not reading the book. Which you might think, like, you could think one of two things. You could think, like, oh, that's fine. I don't need all those details. I'll just, you know, whatever, contextual clues from the novels. Sometimes the novels build upon the foundation that was laid in the first versions of the book, right? You know, Spice and Wolf, right, has two seasons, right? Let's say I got to start on Volume 4 now. Okay, I start reading Volume 4. They have references to things that happened in Book 1, 2, and 3 that weren't in the anime, but they were in the books. So now I'm all confused. I don't know what they're doing. I feel like I'm getting less of an experience. There was some character development that I missed, right? I totally missed all this character development from the first 3 books because I didn't put it in the anime. And so now I don't know what's going on. I feel like left out a bit. Right? I feel left out. there's this missing feeling or whatever, right? Because it's as if like I'm jumping into the series halfway. If it really feels like that, even though I've read the technical story, I've watched the technical story up until this point, and I know who the characters are. I'm missing a lot of details about them. A lot of details that were left out, which is why a lot of people, when you ask like, oh, when you go on Reddit and you ask like, oh, I just watched the Spice and Wolf anime. What volume of the book should I start on? And everyone's like, start at the beginning. You missed a lot of stuff by watching the anime. Start at the beginning of the books, and you're not gonna regret it. So then I'm like, okay, option B. I rush the anime. Now instead of jumping ahead in the books, I'm gonna start at the beginning, right? You start at the beginning. Yeah, sure, I'm gonna get those details now. But guess what? It feels like I'm rewatching the show by reading the books. But it's not really like a rewatching the show either. It's of like I'm rewatching the show in boring book form, right? I'm like, I'm reading. It feels like I'm reading a book. It feels like I'm rereading a book. Is what it feels like, right? And the thing is, like, for people who are patient or who love to read, that's totally fine, right? Because people reread books. I mean, there are even books that I want to reread, but reread. But the issue is that I'm not a very patient reader. If something new and exciting isn't happening, like every other paragraph, then I get really bored, right? I'm already not a reader, but I want to get into reading because, like, because there are good books out there. There are good books that are captivating that will hold my interest. Spice and Wolf isn't one of them. Whatever, this and that book, they're not, a lot of books don't hit that mark. I'll read the book, and then I'll think like, man, I just wish they would adapt this into a TV show so that I could just watch the show instead, right? You get that kind of thought with this sort of stuff. And so when you're already in that mentality, when you're already like that level of brain dead idiot like I am, then having to reread. Not only do I have to read the book, but I have to read the book of a story that I already experienced. So I feel like my first time sitting down with the book, I feel like I'm rereading it, right? That's the issue. And even though I'm getting new snippets of detail here and there, I'm going to have to read pretty far into the book. I'm going to have to sit there for hours reading over the same content that I've already experienced in the anime just to get to some new and interesting stuff. And it is such a huge commitment. And not only is it a huge commitment, but it's up until that point where something interesting happens, it's a huge waste of time. And at the end of the day, I know I'll be happy doing it, but it's really hard to keep my interest and captivate me going through something that I've already experienced. A lot of these stories they're good, but they're not good enough to sit down with a book with, right? Even Grimgar wasn't like that. If I had only watched the anime, there's no way I would have gone and picked up these books, right? I know that. Because I would have kind of been like meh to the anime, and then people would have been like, oh, you just gotta read the books, and I would have been like, I don't want to read, first of all, and second of all, if I have to read, I don't want to read through something I've already experienced, right? No way I would have done that with Grimgar. I didn't even do that with Overlord. With Overlord, the anime adapted books 1 through 9, right? So when I started reading Overlord, the book, I started at book 10, right? I started right after. I don't care. If there are extra details in the books, I don't care. Let me skip all that. The thing is with Overlord is fine enough to skip it, right? But the thing is, like, I'm never going to find a masterpiece like Overlord. Overlord just hit all of the right buttons for me. And it was such a captivating story. And the thing is, even reading in book form, I'm glued to my seat, wanting to know what happens next in this book. Because Overlord is such a good read. Overlord is such a good read to me. I'm the kind of person who likes it, right? It's not for everybody. But for me, Overlord is definitely like number one, right? If I had to name a favorite book series, Overlord takes the cake. And I even tried to go back and I was like, okay, I love the books, I love the guy's writing. Let's go back to book number one. And I tried to read chapter 1 of book 1, and I'm just like, dude, this writing sucks. I hate this. I don't want to read this, right? So even with Overlord, something that I would praise as like the best book series, I still couldn't sit through it. I still couldn't sit through and like reread stuff that I had already seen in the anime. Especially because one paragraph in and I'm already criticizing the writing. I'm already criticizing. I'm being like, this doesn't translate well, right? Because it's like the words like, oh, he... God, what was it? It's right there. I freaking know. Overlord. How they translated the book is just so... Or how it is. No. It's the prologue, that's right. Yeah, the knight in full plate armor stood before the girl and her little sister, his sword raised high. And so I'm already thinking, I don't want to read in the first place, right? And I'm already thinking, okay, where are these people? The knight in full plate armor. And the fact this sentence only makes a little bit of sense to me right now because I've read this multiple times. I've read this one sentence multiple times over the past few years or whatever, right? He stood before the girl and her little sister. Okay, so there's a girl and a little sister, right? And I'm thinking they're both, these two characters are it sounds like the way it's worded, it sounds like it's the same thing. And maybe you guys aren't picking up on this. Maybe this sentence sounds natural for you guys. But the first time I read this sentence, it did not sound natural to me. It sounded like a really weirdly worded setup to the situation. And then blah blah. However, the girl did not have that strength. Thus, there could only be one outcome to this situation. That would be the girl's death at this very place. And I'm thinking one situation, one outcome, that would be, the one outcome would be the girl's death at this very place. I'm thinking okay, yeah, the translator didn't, right, this isn't his finest work, whatever, right? But I'm thinking I'm already how is this worded? The one outcome to the situation, that would be the girl's death at this very place. It feels like the way that the Japanese author wrote this scene doesn't the fast-paced half sentences they often find in the Japanese language. If you guys know anything about Asian languages, or about the Japanese language, and I think it applies to Chinese as well. A lot of they won't say complete sentences, they'll say phrases. And sometimes we do this in English too. But they do it a lot more in Japanese. They say phrases, or they say half sentences, and then the rest of it is implied, and when it's just phrase after phrase after phrase, then it's very fast-paced, right? Kono basho de onna no ko no shio, right? At this very place, the girl's death. Shio diratta, right? It would be the girl's death, right? Yeah. Ken o totte, right? The longsword fell, and yet there is no pain. And so it's a fast-paced scene in Japanese, but in English it's very convoluted and it's weirdly worded. It translates literally, but because of that, it doesn't translate culturally. And so therefore the beginning of this light novel is very hard to to read. And the thing is, you don't get a even if you look at all these words and like pronounce them in your head, they don't form anything like meaningful. They don't form anything that makes sense. Right? His blade gleamed in the sun, and he poised himself ready to end their lives in a single merciful stroke. Whatever. Right? This whole scene of like there's this knight, and he's standing there, and he's about to kill these two girls, right? But the thing is, you're opening up in this scene, and the thing is, like, you don't care, even if they're talking about, this paragraph that's like, the girl squeezed her eyes, blah blah blah, she never asked for this, she had been forced into her present circumstances. If only she had some strength, she might have resisted the enemy in front of her and fled, right? Like, that's like, it sounds like they're trying to get us to care about this girl, and that, the fact that it says, like, if only she had some strength, she might have resisted, blah blah. If only she has some strength, that kind of implies, like, she's going to be the hero kind of character. It implies that this girl is she's weak now, but she's going to get stronger because that's what she wants to do. If only she had some strength. That's what that sentence implies, right? This girl sounds like she's the main character, and she's going to survive this predicament with a knight and rescue her little sister, and and the whole book is going to be her journey, right? This girl, spoiler alert, this girl is a side character. This girl, not a side character, this girl's a background character. And this girl, the only reason any of this is set up is so that the girl gets rescued by the Overlord guy, and the story's about him, and he saves her, goes on. She thanks him. He goes off on his own, and we never hear about this girl again. So the fact that they're trying to get you to care about this girl's death, this girl and her little sister dying, even a little bit, it's misleading. It's misleading. And yes, I am complaining about writing, but about established authors who and their little in the way they word things. But the thing is, the whole point of this, what it does for the reader's experience, is it misguides them. It pushes you in this direction of, like, is the girl the main? Yeah, the knight is gonna kill people. He's probably a bad character. The girl, if only she had some strength, she's probably the main character. She has a little sister. We sympathize with her, right? Whatever, right? This is all basic, like, character development. The longsword fell, and yet there was no pain. Well, up until this point, we kind of thought that like the girl would be the one to get out of the situation and go on a journey and whatnot. And then you go down here, and it's like the girl opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a motionless longsword. Then she saw the sword's owner, which should have been translated to, then she saw, like, the knight holding it. The knight in front of her was frozen in place, his eyes looking somewhere off to the girl's side. His completely defenseless posture clearly displayed the fear that filled him. As though drawn by the knight's gaze, the girl could not help but turn and look in the same direction. As though the girl gazed upon despair, what she saw was darkness. An infinitesimally thin yet unfathomable deep blackness, half oval obsidian, blah blah blah, whatever, right? She sees the darkness, right? It's true despair, whatever, right? The knight sees it, she sees it. It doesn't make sense, right? You've set up this basic, like, the thing is, like, you've set up this basic, like, and yes, I am complaining about my favorite book series, by the way. You've set up this scene where, it's this girl who's about to get killed by the knight, and we get to hear the girl's thoughts. If we get to hear somebody's thoughts, that means that they're a main character. That means that they're the main focus of the scene. But then, the guy freezes in place, right? Whatever. And then she looks, and now they're describing, like, fear and despair and, like, darkness that appeared before them or whatever, right? It doesn't make any sense. So it begs the question: what am I supposed to be paying attention to in this scene? Right? I've read 10 sentences. Right? What am I supposed to be paying attention to? There's this scene that exists, but what I'm supposed to be focusing on, what's even going on in the scene, isn't clearly established. It's all these like, it's all of these, like, it's all of these basic jotted down events. You know, it's a play by play, and then there's a lot of implications through their reactions or whatever, right? It doesn't work for a first chapter, because I have no idea what the story's about. I don't know where this darkness could have come from. I don't know who this girl is, who this knight is, why she's even in this situation, right? We don't know anything like that. If you had the girl freaking, like, the sword cut down the girl and she feels herself bleeding out, and then the light fades from her eyes and her mind goes blank and whatever, right? And then you kill her off, that would be interesting, right? Because it's like, oh, you got me to care about somebody for 10 seconds and then you killed them. Fantastic. I know what kind of book it's going to be about now, right? But they don't do that, right? They don't do that. All of a sudden, because what they do is they just have everything freeze in place. And then they have this infinitesimally thin yet unfathomably deep blackness. Whatever, right? Was it a powerful sense of unease? Was it a door? As her heart lurched, the girl's conjecture, like, whatever, right? If we knew, if the characters were established, what was going on, like, if we knew who because the darkness and whatnot, it's the Overlord, right? It's the main character. If we knew about him going into it, then when everything paused and the knight is fearful, and then they see darkness and despair, then we know about the Overlord. Then we could be like, oh, the Overlord showed up. Here's the main character. Here's who we should be focusing on now, right? This is kind of a cue into the character. And the thing is, throughout the novel series, throughout all the books, they do a really good job. The author does a really good job replicating this. But the fact is, he does this again and again, where the person shows up, where the Overlord shows up somewhere, and his introduction is similar to this, and then everybody just freezes in place and shits their pants because here comes the Overlord, right? And the thing is, we don't even have to be told that it's the Overlord who showed up, because just all of their reactions pretty much imply that, oh, this is the reaction people have when the Overlord shows up, so here comes the Overlord, right? And the scenes are set up in a way to where it is sort of, you are congratulating the fact that the Overlord shows up and all this sort of stuff, right? So when it gets implied, it's a good lead-in. In the rest of the book series, it's a good lead-in because we know who the character is. In this part of the story, this is the prologue to the first book. We don't know who the Overlord is. We don't know why darkness appearing means anything or whatever, right? And the thing is, I'm not necessarily complaining about this guy's writing style, because besides this one prologue, this guy is fantastic, the author is fantastic, and Overlord is a must-read. But it's just, this is the problem that I have with books in general. And I use this as an example. This is the problem that I have with books in general, is because they're very difficult to read from the get-go. It's very hard to get into like a fantasy book or like an adventure book or anything like that, because the lead-in, the introduction to the world, it needs to be interesting enough to hold your hand, but it has to be interesting enough to keep you captivated, to keep you interested in the book. But it also has to be easy enough to follow along with, to where you feel like, because when you start a new experience, no matter what it is in life, you need somebody to hold your hand and to help you through it. Very few people have the ability to just like jump into something head first and figure it out as they go along. And I feel like a lot of like hardcore readers have that ability. They can jump into the beginning of a book, and they can start piecing together things in their head, as convoluted as they are, because they've got to like train their brains to do that. I feel like reading is such a hard thing for newcomers to get into, because there are very few books out there that are handholdy. And if you want books that are handholdy and easy to read while still being captivating, you need to go to like children's books, right? I gotta read like Magic Treehouse if I want an easy to digest story. But the thing about Magic Treehouse is, chapter 1, I get the gist of it. I've had my hand held throughout the whole thing, and now I'm invested in these characters. I'm on this adventure. But Magic Treehouse is about a bunch of like 8-year-olds with a treehouse going on like kid adventures. I'm in my 20s, right? I don't want to read Magic Treehouse, right? I want the high stakes, conflict driven, epic mature storylines that all of these hardcore books provide. But I want to be eased into it like a baby getting their hand held in the beginning of it at the same time. And I feel like a lot of books don't do both. A lot of books don't do both, and it's very hard to really like get invested and jump into it. The thing with Grimgar, the one thing I'll compliment Grimgar on is that from the first sentence, you're already in the world. The first sentence of book 1. I don't have book 1 because I read them on the internet. But the first sentence of book 1 is literally like, main character, or like he woke up. He woke up in a dark, damp in this dark room with his back up against the stone wall, not being able to remember anything but his own name. Fantastic. No wonder people are hooked on the book series, right? If that's your first sentence, then you already know everything you need to know about the book, right? And the thing is, you already know everything you need to like be interested in it, right? Because now here's this guy in an unfamiliar place who's lost his memory. Fantastic. And then a couple paragraphs in, it's established that like you're in a corridor and there's other people around you too. Now you're interested. What are you doing here? Where are you? Are you going to get your memory back? Who are these other people? Why are other people with you? What's going on? And everyone's like, and then throughout the whole first chapter, like everyone acts confused and stuff. And then they lead out, and then they discover the world. And it's like the scene has already, you've already hooked me in with that first sentence. You're interested in the characters. You want to know why they're there. You have all these questions in your mind already. Now you can take me through the world. And, start answering some of those questions. Start giving me a little bit of that sense of adventure, piece by piece, detail by detail. Now I'm invested in the characters. I want the characters to succeed. And I want to know more about this place. I want to know how they ended up in this situation. Are they ever going to get their memories back? And then you can start writing a story, right? And I feel like that's the kind of hand-holdiness that you need, right? Because just as the characters are confused and they're like coming up, just as the characters are confused and they're, in this new place, and they need to have their hand held to get through the world, so are you, right? And I feel like that's why isekais are so great. Is because, it's a new place, and you can, you're discovering everything as the character at the same time that the characters are, right? That's fantastic. It was the same thing in Tales of Arise. The guy lost his memory, right? Amnesia is such a convenient trope to use, but The guy has amnesia. He doesn't know where he is. All that he knows is he's a slave, and so as you know, the main character in Tales of Arise is discovering the world. So are you. You are at the same time, and you're discovering the world at the same pace he is. Fantastic, right? And that's why I like coming of age stories. That's why isekais. That's why, you know, amnesia patients. That's why, you know, all of these people are like such good. That's why these are very like appealing stories. Is because it's so easy to like set that up or whatever, right? But I don't know. I need my handheld. I need my handheld going throughout the story. I don't know. It's pretty painting. I don't know what it's about the heartache. Every day I'm been missing you 本当に連れていたいの本当に連れて行くでもずっと君のそばにいたいから Yeah いつまでもねへへSpice and Wolf was a journey. Alright, nah. Spice and Wolf is complicated. I'm you-aholic. Anyway. So, I want to read books, but I want it to be easy to read the book, is what it is. I want it to be easy, but I also want to care. In a book like, God, what did I read? It's Tales of Achilles. I'm using it as a camera stand right now. But in Tales of Achilles, or Song of Achilles, I mean, first part of the book is easy to follow, but so boring. So boring. The only reason I kept reading it was because it's like the #1 book or whatever, right? If you're into mythology, it's like the #1 book. And so I keep reading it, right? And it's like, yeah, it gets interesting. But I don't like the structure of the story. I don't like the structure of the story. I feel like I'm at that point where it's like I'm watching like mediocre anime in my free time just because it's easy. Like I was trying to watch Odd Taxi, and Odd Taxi's great, but it's like really hard to digest. It's a lot, and it's like there's so much tension. It's like watching Odd Taxi, and people were right in describing it like this. Odd Taxi is the Quentin Tarantino of anime, basically. If you guys don't know who Quentin Tarantino is, all of his movies have a lot of tension in it or whatever, right? There's a saying in story writing that if you have a scene, right, you write a scene, right, and you have two people sitting at a table talking, that's your scene. Kind of a boring scene. The scene's going to be carried on by what the people are talking about, right? But not too interesting. There's no stakes there or anything, right? Now, take that same scene of two people at a table talking and put a ticking bomb underneath the table that neither person can see. the bomb is ticking down. There's a 5-minute timer on the bomb before it explodes. Neither of the characters who are talking, the characters are sitting at the table, like usual, talking about whatever nonsense. Do you care about their conversation? No, you don't. You're focused on the ticking time bomb that's underneath. Now the scene got just ramped up to 11, right? Now the scene is like, you don't care about these people's conversation anymore, but you're interested. You're interested. You're at the edge of your seat. There's tension there. There's tension, and there's suspense. Are they ever gonna find out about this time bomb, or about this ticking time bomb? Is it gonna go off? What's gonna happen when it goes off? Right? There's a sense of tension and suspense added to the scene. Quentin Tarantino. If you guys hear one director's name on a movie, it's Quentin Tarantino, because and I'm not a movie guy, but I don't care about American culture, but Quentin Tarantino is one of those like household names where it's every one of his movies has has every single scene in every single movie that he's ever made has that bomb under the table. It basically it has that bomb under the table. Obviously not literally. Every single scene that he writes is a normal scene with an added element of tension and suspense to it. Every single scene keeps you on the edge of your seat. You don't know what's going to happen. Everything's just balancing on a pin, and it could fall over and crash and burn at any second. And every scene is like that. And every scene is just filled with tension and suspense, and it keeps you at the edge of your seat. And it's people would say it's exciting. It's exciting and it's thrilling even. For me, it's exhausting. For me, it's like, if I'm in the mood for that, I'll watch it. Or if there's that kind of scene in a movie once, then I'll watch it and I'll be excited for it, right? If Quentin Tarantino movies, every scene is like that. It's exhausting. Odd Taxi, the anime, it's not Quentin Tarantino, right? But it's a similar style. Every episode has a new point of tension. It's this continuing plot. Odd Taxi is this continuing plot. It's like a murder mystery sort of thing. But every scene has a lot of tension, and you don't know what's going to happen next. You don't know what each of the characters is going to do. Some of these characters get themselves in really bad situations, and so there's a lot of tension. Are they gonna live through the situation? What's gonna happen? What are the consequences for the other characters in these scenes? Every single episode is like this, and every single episode spins this in a new direction as the plot goes forward. I just want to know what happens next, man. But I'm sitting here at the edge of my seat for 22 minutes straight, being nervous. I'm anxious for these people, right? And it's like, and I hate it. And so it comes to a point where some of these characters will get themselves in like very bad situations. I will genuinely hate their guts. I hate these characters because they're getting in these situations, and because they're doing these stupid things, I'm getting nervous. It's affecting me. I'm not part of the show. It's affecting me psychologically, right? I'm gonna have a panic attack for these characters, right? Going through this stupid anime. So there's this one point in the anime where one of the side characters, he like borrowed too much money from the mafia or the yakuza in Japan, and he used the money to do stupid stuff, and because of that, now he's been kidnapped, and he's like being held ransom or whatever, right? And the main character is like his friend, and it's like there's a lot of these close call moments and whatnot, and that's the part of the anime I just stopped. It's like I can't take it anymore. I've had like 6 episodes of this. I'm at like my wit's end. The edge of my seat is broken because of how much I've been leaning on it, and like I can't do this anymore, right? I can't do this, and so I dropped it. It's like anime of the season is Odd Taxi, and I can't take it anymore. I can't even finish it. I can't even get a conclusion to it because of the mental toil that I'll have to go through psychologically just to just to make it to the ending. I gotta survive through all this shit, right? I talk about like Horimiya being like super relaxing and like no tension, no conflict. It's just a boy and a girl having a nice relationship with each other, and that's the anime. Odd Taxi is the complete opposite of that. It is not relaxing. It's a psychological thriller. Oh boy, murder mystery. Just blow my brains out now. Like I just get it over with, right? This anime is holding a gun to my head and is constantly being like, we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it, and I'm just sitting there like sweating, right? Like that's what thrillers do to me, and I can't like they're fun every once in a while, but it's so much. It's so much. Oh my god. You know, I had this friend who just loved them, and they would always want to watch these like psychological thriller movies with me, and I just like, I just watched them for years, and I'm just like, I can't take this anymore. And they're like, oh, you're no fun. Thinking like, yeah, I guess I'm no fun. I guess I'm no fun because I can't sit there like, you know, and like I can't sit there and like, you know, blue ball a potential heart attack on, you know, just have almost you just have like, I'm like 99% to a heart attack, you know, progress to a heart attack the entire movie. I can't do this. I can't do this, man. It's just never gonna end. And then the movie will end, and like something scary will happen, and I'll like, I'll, like, you know, I'll just like my mind has degraded by this point, and they'll be like, "That was a fantastic, you know, movie. Ready for the next one?" And I'll be like, "No, please, no, go away." So I can't do it. And so anytime somebody like recommends something to me, I have to like, there's this whole checklist I gotta like go through to be like, does it have cheating or anything sexual or love triangles in it? And it's like, no. Okay, fantastic. Is it a thriller? Is it gonna keep me at the edge of my seat? And they're like, not really. I'm like, okay, thank God. Does it have conflict of any kind or anyone feeling bad at all? And they're like, I mean, yeah, that's what a story is. I'll be like, nah, yeah, no, maybe next time. I just want to watch my YouTube videos, right? Like, I can't. That's probably why YouTube videos are so easy. You know, now that I think about it, that's probably why YouTube videos are so, that's probably why YouTube videos are so easy to watch. YouTube videos and TikToks, I guess. There's no narrative. There's no story most of the time. And even if there is, there's no conflict, right? I've been watching Conan O'Brien videos recently. And it's, I think it's like, he does these sketches, or he does these things where he just like, he goes somewhere where, like, normal, and he's a comedian, so he makes it funny, right? He'll go to a Halloween store, and he'll make fun of all the costumes that are on the walls, right? Whatever, right? He'll crack jokes. It's like a 10-minute video. There's no plot. There's no conflict and resolution. There's no one cheating on each other. There's no one, like, you know, there's no one like this or that or whatever, right? It's just this, he goes somewhere and he's funny, right? That's it. That's all it is. There's no conflict, there's no story, there's no nothing like that, right? And then I go onto Netflix and I look up, and you know, it's like, oh, what's number one in USA is like, you know, Lucifer, right? You guys ever heard of that show? It's about this dude who like sleeps with a bunch of girls who cheat on their boyfriends, and then he like does all this crazy stuff and he gets in a bunch of trouble and whatnot. Thinking like, God, go away. Just go away. I don't want to watch this. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to even think about any of this stuff, right? Just go away, right? Get this out of here. Then like everything on Netflix is like this or that or whatever, right? The only things that on Netflix that don't have conflict in them or that don't have like bad feelings in them are documentaries. You know, I'll watch a documentary about like there are excavators in Egypt, and they're in Egypt and they're like uncovering the tomb of the Pharaoh Ramses or something like that, right? And it's like a 50-minute video about that. And they just, what happens in the video? You get to see shots of them dusting off sand off of these ancient artifacts, and then they spout historical nonsense at you that are like that are like the fun facts in a middle school history book. And it's like that's the whole video, right? It's boring as hell, but at least it's not like, you know, I'm not gonna have like a mental breakdown from watching this or whatever, right? I don't watch documentaries, by the way. I'm not really interested in I sometimes, you know, I haven't watched a documentary in a while, but you know, I'm not against watching documentaries, especially if it's like about something interesting. But it's like I'm not gonna like seek that out, right? Or I'll just watch YouTube videos that are funny. My life is such a mess. I can't even like. I love stories, but I hate so many things about stories that it's like I can't, you know. And then like I'm writing my story, right? Or I'm like trying to form scenes in my head or whatever. And it's like, okay, like look at Tales of Arise, right? The game I played, right? It's Tales of Arise was like really good because it was one of those like there weren't that many bad feeling moments. Like I want to yell at the characters for being stupid every once in a while, but like that's normal. And that is a well written story. But for the most part, it was just like these very chill interactions between the characters as they're going along through this plot and they're discovering things about the world and whatnot, right? That's totally fine, right? Even if one of the characters died in the story, I would have been okay with that. And then like all the other characters are sad because of it. I would have been fine with that. Because it's like, okay, you know, because it's like nothing in the story like really made you feel horrible, right? Maybe you'll feel bad for the characters, but it's like, you know, for the most part, it was an enjoyable experience. That's what it is. It's supposed to be an enjoyable, whatever you're doing is supposed to be an enjoyable experience. Whether you're reading a book, or watching a show, or doing your laundry, I don't know. Whatever you do in life, right? Whatever you optionally choose to do, it's supposed to be an enjoyable experience, right? And so I think that stories that throw in elements that make you not enjoy the experience suck, right? Like a lot of American TV shows will put in cheating. Like, you know, there will be a guy and a girl and they're like husband and wife, or their boyfriend, girlfriend, or whatever. And then like the wife will cheat on him, something like that, right? I hate that. Because the thing is, like, you know, every time it comes up, I think, like, who does this appeal to? Who is watching this plot and enjoying it? Who enjoys when, you know, when the wife cheats on the husband, and that's a plot point, right? It's not just like, oh, side character extra B, you know, is a girl and she goes have sex with whatever, right? I don't care about that. I'm talking about like a real main character who has feelings you care about and he gets cheated on. It's like who is sitting there, who is watching the show who genuinely enjoys that? No, but I can't imagine. I cannot imagine. I cannot imagine who actually enjoys, you know, something like this. Who would enjoy watching a show where people cheat on each other and people hurt their feelings because of it? It doesn't make any sense. Your entire marriage is ruined. Your entire marriage is ruined because your spouse felt like being an asshole. Congratulations, right? Like, what was the purpose of having this in the story? It feels like just this cop-out of like, oh, we don't have anything interesting to put in here. What resonates with Americans? Cheating, right? That happens. And it's like, Like, I don't understand who is sitting there who enjoys watching something like that, right? And then I'll go on Reddit, and then there will be a story about like, oh, I cheated on my husband, with this, and now I have these problems and whatever, right? But I cheated on him because he's like not paying attention to me, blah blah blah, right? And people will like sympathize with her. People will like feel sorry for her, like, oh, that's so bad that he pushed you to do that, blah blah blah, right? And I'll just like, I want to kill all of them. I want to erase them from this existence, right? And the thing is, it's like this thing that's like so ingrained in our culture, right? What happened to loyalty? What happened to like being with your same partner for life? Did I miss the memo? Did we not? Does that not exist anymore? Like, where did that go, right? Because I know, like, if I ever got cheated on, like, there's no way I would be able to like process that. If I ever got cheated on, like, I just like it just would not register in my brain. Like, it's just so like it's just such a life destroying thing. Like, somebody might as well have stabbed me in the heart. And so like I have no idea. Like, I cannot be responsible for like how I would act if my partner cheated on me. Like, but I mean, like, I don't know, like, more than one person might not exist on this planet anymore, following the event of that. So that's that's all I'm gonna say on that. But it's like, what, like, so it's like, why do you, if it's such like a soul crushing, life destroying thing, why do you put it in everything? Can't you think of anything else to make your story about? This stupid show, this one I was watching on Netflix called Manifest. It's literally a show about an airplane that has passengers on it skips forward in time by 5 years. And so because of that, everyone's got to adjust to their life 5 years in the future, and everyone's got to adjust to people being back home and blah blah blah, right? And there's implications and all that sort of stuff. And then there's like a mystery about like, why did it skip ahead? People are hearing voices now who are on the plane. There's like experiments being done on some of the passengers, yada yada. It's a cool story, right? And they threw cheating in it. They threw fucking cheating in it. They threw the husband and the wife. There's a guy who's a main character. He's literally the main character, and his wife wasn't on the plane with him, and so she's like 5 years older, and she cheated on him, right? Because she's like, oh, I thought you were dead, and I got with another dude, and then she gets back with him, and then the dude that she cheated on him with is still in the picture, and the main character is like, whatever, you had to raise our daughter by yourself, whatever, you did what you have to do, that's fine, I forgive you, whatever, right? Whatever, right? Any woman would love to have him. And then she fucking cheats on him again while he's there. While he's there, she's like, while he's there, the guy that she cheated on him with is still in the picture. He's still trying to contact the lady, and the lady is still texting him. She hides the fact from her husband. And then she's still contacting him and still meeting up with him, not to have sex necessarily, but whatever. And then later, the husband, the main character, he's like, I forgive you, whatever, right? And then the husband's sister or whatever, she finds out, and she tells the woman, okay, it's all in the past. It's all in the past. As long as you tell him, then it'll be fine. And then the fucking wife, the one who cheated, right, is like, yeah, but I have a decision to make. And then the sister, she looks at her like she's crazy, like what, you're gonna get with the other guy? You're gonna continue cheating on my brother or whatever? And it's like, holy crap! And then eventually at the episode I dropped, at the part of the story I got to, the wife kicks the husband out of the house. She gets mad at him for something and then kicks him out of the house. She kicks him out of the house and then she gets back with the dude she cheated with. It's unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable. I don't understand. Who is watching this show? I don't see. This is what I don't get. Who is watching this show and enjoying any of this, right? What's good? Ah, God. It's too much like this boba's very filmy. I just want this drink without the boba. What if there's an option for that? But yeah, no, it's unbelievable. Like, who is watching this show? Who enjoys this? You can't tell me anybody enjoyed the fact that, oh, this dude gets cheated on twice, right? It's so ridiculous. Like, way to alienate, like, a lot of your potential audience. And the show's still going. People still watch it, whatever, right? I don't understand. I had to drop the show. I'm super interested in this plot and, like, what's gonna happen next. I'm, like, super interested in it. And I had to drop the show. You know, I'm on, like, episode 10. And it's over for me, right? I can't enjoy the show anymore, right? This dude who did nothing wrong gets cheated on twice and gets kicked out of his own home, and he gets his kids taken away from him. All because the wife is this cheating whore, and she's allowed to do that, and the guy just puts up with it. Like, my God. Like, for all those guys who, like, go off the deep end and, like, like, although, like, kill their spouses or whatever, like, you know, now I'm like starting to understand, like, okay, you know, I wouldn't put it past these people anymore at this point or whatever, right? It's like the fact that, oh, this music's kind of loud. The fact that, like, this is in, like, every show, and it's all over our media and stuff, is, like, it's just, everybody is pushing this, and everyone's like, oh, this is, cheating is a normal thing to do. It's like, are you freaking kidding me? Like, what happened? What happened to our society to where this is acceptable? The thing is, this is why I can't watch American shows anymore. I can't watch American shows because it's all about cheating. Even if I watch a show on, like, Cartoon Network about, like, middle schoolers, right? Cartoon Network, and it's a bunch of, like, what's that show with the freaking the characters with, like, the big heads with, like, the really small bodies? I don't know. It's like the dude with, like, 3 sisters, or it was like 9 sisters or something. I don't know. Even that show, I watched, like, half an episode of that show. It was on the TV, off in the distance in a restaurant I was at, and it had cheating. I could not believe my eyes. It had cheating. The dude was making out with, like, 2 different girls at the same time. I can't wrap my head around this. Like, why does this exist? Why is this being normalized? Why does our culture want people to, like, just sleep around all the time? I don't understand. They're giving this to children. They're having children see this or whatever, right? No wonder there's such a huge disconnect between people. No wonder there's so many people with depression. If this kind of thing is being peddled, everyone's either sex positive, depressed, or insane, and you don't get anything, or an outcast, right? And I'm the outcast apparently, right? I just want a normal, healthy marriage with a girl who loves me and like who isn't thinking about how I'm not satisfying her bed. Like I don't. When did we need anything more? When did we as human beings need anything more than that? I don't get it. And I'll watch a show and we need more than that. Oh, we need to cheat on each other. Oh, we need to have a harem. Oh, we need to, we need to lust after other people or whatever, right? People with mental illnesses, in my mind, are saner than whatever society is peddling with all this shit, right? I can't believe it. And so the thing is, I can't. All American TV shows are out. I can't even take the risk anymore. I'll find a new show, right? I'll find a show about I'll find a show about a time traveling airplane and it has cheating in it. I'll find a movie about, and I'm being serious, I'll find a movie that's about the mystery of a camera that can take pictures in the future. And what's the climax of that show? Cheating. It blows my mind. The entire climax of the show is the girl is living with two guys and one of them is her boyfriend, and she's been sneaking into the house with the camera and changing the pictures so that she doesn't get caught cheating on her boyfriend with the other dude in the house. And the very end of the movie is her thinking that is her trying to send a message to her past self. Getting her to, because she screws up somewhere, and so she sends a message to her past self telling her to erase the evidence, but the message doesn't go through. Whoopie-doo. Unfucking believable. An entire movie. And it's just like the ending just hits you with it. It just hits you with the fact that people are shit. Why? I hate this. I hate this so much, right? This isn't it. This isn't the only thing, right? So many other things. Oh my god, that's just what stands out in my mind. I watched that movie 5 years ago, and I still think about how shitty that fucking climax was. They couldn't have thought of anything else. They couldn't have thought about something that didn't involve sex. That's how like brain dead monkey these people are. Oh, look at me! I a monkey. I put dick in vagina. Da ha ha! I put dick in. Vagina has different dick in it, and that is why everybody angry, and that is why conflict in story. Da ha 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 ha! God, like fucking. Did you graduate high school? Like, there's more complicated, mature topics out there than, oh, I had sex with a different person. Congratulations. And every goddamn story has this. Every American TV show has some form of cheating, or some form of having sex with multiple people, or has some form of like getting in relationships with multiple people, or being seduced and having one night stands, or going on Tinder, or any of this stuff. I don't understand. I can't find a show in it that doesn't have sex in it. I don't understand what is wrong with these people. I can't even watch cartoons without some implication that people had sex with each other. I don't understand. Fucking this show, Chihaya Furu, that had fucking like this stupid show, Chihaya Furu, that has where is it? This one. Chihaya Furu. It's about it's a show It's a show. Look at this. Look at this. It's a show about them playing cards on a mat on their knees. And they have to hit the cards as poetry is being read on a speaker. That's what the anime's about. And they still have fucking a love triangle in it. I don't understand. I don't understand. This is a game about playing with cards. It's fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! And they put this element into it where people are being cheated on with each other. I don't understand. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? This permeates so much of our culture. This is fucking Japanese too. I can't believe it. This is so ridiculous. You know, in this fucking show, in this show, Shirobako, or not Shirobaka, that's a different one. Now and then, here and there. Look at this. You wanna know what fucking problem I have with this show? With fucking... I can't find a good image. Whatever. This... God. Here we go. Here's an image. Look at this. This show. It's a 1990s cartoon about these children who are forced to work as like child soldiers for this evil dictator guy who kidnaps them. That's what this show is. Want to know what the problem I have with this show? One of the girl characters gets imprisoned and raped and impregnated by another dude. It literally has that in the story. They just throw it in there. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. This show has fucking rape in it. I can't believe it. Nothing that I watch is free of this. What else had this? What else can I complain about? Decadence was actually a good one. I'll praise Decadence, even though I gave this a 7. This show is good. Why was this show good? Because because the main character... that's not a very flattering picture of her. Can I, like... God, they give this really small image. Oh, it's on Hulu. Can you please... Okay, here we go. Look at this. This show was good. This show is good, and no complaints. This girl... she's like younger or whatever, I don't know. And the guy's older. They end up liking each other. Totally fine, right? It's not necessarily boy meets girl. It's a man meets girl, and they don't really like emphasize the relationship a whole bunch, but they're together. They hang out. It's fine. There's no cheating in this. There's no cheating in this at all. There's no cheating. There's no love triangles. There's no oh my crush got with a different dude, whatever, right? It's none of this. There's none of this. None of this. It's just a show about their... if I say what the show's about, it's a big spoiler, because it's revealed. This is one of those shows where it's like episode 1 is something, and then episode 2 is like a completely 180s, and then it flips the whole everything you thought about on its head. It's fantastic. I really like this show. A lot of people weren't into Decadence. They thought it was bland, but whatever, right? That one was fine. Even this stupid Erased, right? Erased had freaking cheating in it. I can't believe it. The dude, it was like at the end, but the dude like saves the girl, and then he goes into a coma because he saves the girl, and so when he wakes up, he's like an adult, and the girl marries the dude's best friend. And they have a baby together. God damn it! You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. It's so much. Like, Erased was literally like... You look at all the review, right? It's rated as a 8.3, which is a pretty high score. It's out of 10, right? So 8.3. This review gave it a 4. This person gave it a 3. This person gave it a 5. It's like a lot of people were complaining about the last episode. Results. People liked it. I'm getting lightheaded from complaining. Mushoku Tensei had a harem. ReZero had pedophilia in it. Great Pretender had unrequited love, which isn't that bad, whatever. But the dude's like still obsessed about her. Jeffrey had that love triangle. Grand Blue had a lot of sexual innuendos. Vinland Saga was good. Space Brothers was good. What was this one? I rated it a 6. Whatever it was, I rated it a 6. What is this? We Without Wings. What was this anime about? Oh, I remember this. This one sucked. Dororo, the main character, liked this girl, but she was a prostitute. Kaguya-sama was fine. Kaguya-sama is a romantic comedy where it's joke after joke and it didn't have it. Right? Like the worst thing that it had was like she pretended to not be a virgin or something. That was one of the jokes. Which just actually ended up being pretty funny, so whatever, right? But yeah, actually most of these anime, see, this is why I watch Japanese stuff, right? It's because there's like, besides the every odd one, right? Besides the odd, love triangle, most of these don't have like sexual themes in it. I can't stand, because normally when something has sexual themes in it, or like heavy romance or anything like that, it's cheating. It's like they have to throw in because they can't. Because when people write, because when these stupid American writers write a romance, they're like, okay, we're writing a love story, but there has to be conflict. What's the conflict gonna be? The anime stop? Or the song stop? Part 2 extended. Ooh. Come on. Just let me raise the volume with my arrows. Oh. Ugh, this song sucks. Oh my god. Oh, Ugh. Maybe I shouldn't go to Brazil. Oof. Can't make money off your disease if you find a cure, eh? What a sobering fact. What was I talking about before? Yeah, no, it's like when you make like a romance story, right? You think of like okay, you know, here we're making a romance story, right? Boy meets girl. But that's boring. We gotta spice it up a little. We gotta have some conflict or whatever. And then these writers think, well, what's the what's the conflict that we can have with relationships? We can have them hate each other and then cheat on each other. That'll really spice it up. And we'll draw that out over the whole season. And then at the end, we can have them forgive each other. And then everybody will know about forgiveness and think that we're such great writers. It's like, no. Where are the stories where, people get in a relationship, right? And then they have to face external challenges, right? Husband and wife marry. And then now they're too poor to afford now they're too poor to afford to live or whatever, right? And so now they have to struggle. Maybe their relationship struggles because they're barely making ends meet and blah blah, right? Or maybe there's another challenge that they have to get through. Maybe their relationship struggles because of it, and they both question whether it's a good idea to stay together. But then there's some conflict, and there's some arguments and whatever, and they disagree on certain ways of doing things, but they still stay together. Where's my plot where they still stay together? They just like, oh, they're mad at each other for a night or something, but then they still sleep in the same bed. They still live in the same house. They don't fucking cheat on each other just because they have a disagreement, right? And then they work through it, and they're like, we overcame the challenge. They come together and they're like, okay, let's make a compromise. Let's come together. Let's not ruin our good relationship over this challenge. Let's face it together like we were always meant to. And the people, they're like, sure, that sounds like a fantastic idea. And then they come together. They have a little humility. They admit their mistakes. They come together. They apologize. They have a big old hug and a kiss, and they get together again. And then they have this, and then they use their new power of, we work as a team together better, and then to overcome their challenge, and they survive, and now they're in a happy situation. Where's that romance story, huh? I don't see it. Where's that romance story where a couple stays together and has conflict and arguments with each other, but they get past it. And they learn that it's better to work as a team than it is to be alone, or than it's better to work as a team than it is to abandon the relationship. No, can't have that, because that's not spicy enough. What's spicy is cheating. Oh boy. What if instead of that we had them cheat on each other? Oh boy. The wife will cheat on the husband. Oh. And then they have to come together after that, and the wife is super sad, but she got a dick 3 times as large as his, and she'll be forever ruined because of that. But she still forgives her cuck of a husband. Oh my god. What if we had that, and then we had the ending? Then we get to include cheating and have all that other crap that you said. Fuck you. Oh my god, I want to strangle you. God damn. Like, holy shit. I can't understand why. Where is the part? Why do we have to include cheating and everything? That's my question. It really feels like American media is trying to push this idea that it's okay to cheat. It's not. It's not okay to cheat. This is just like, this isn't even an opinion. This is a cold fact. It's not okay to cheat on your partner. It's not okay to sleep with 100 different people. It's not okay to do any of that. And there's a lot of research that backs the fact that the more sexual partners you have, the less happy you will be in your life. There's a lot of research. that backs that up. There's a direct correlation between how many partners you have and, whatever, right? And, the fact that cheating is like it's the cheater's fault. It's always the cheater's fault because they're this kind of mindset or whatever, right? And yet they're trying to peddle this. They're trying to put this in every story. I don't understand. Why do they have to ruin every story because of this? This doesn't make any sense. I hate it. And it's just it's baffling. It's like it's mind-boggling. And the thing is, there's so many other plots you can make. Let's think of my story, right? I've written in a couple characters who have relationships or whatever, right? They don't have to cheat on each other to make it interesting. I have a relationship where I have 3 relationships, all right? One of the relationships, the guy and the girl have separate responsibilities and that take them different places. But then they get to meet up every once in a while and they get to enjoy a day together. And that's wholesome. And then it turns out that one of them had to hide something from the other. But it has to do with the plot. It doesn't have to do with their fucking relationship. And the thing is, what they had to hide, and there's a little bit of like betrayal in there or whatever. There's, one of them had to like betray the other, not in a relationship kind of way. They don't get with anybody else. They had to betray them in a like I'm with the bad guys now sort of aspect. But there's no cheating. There's none of that. There's no like I love somebody else. There's none of that or whatever, right? It's literally like we're on the same side and now I'm on a different side sort of thing. But at the end, when it's confronted, her love, the girl who betrayed the guy, or who had to go to the bad guys or whatever, her love for him wins out, and it ends their like happy relationship ends up being a positive thing in this negative situation, and it ends up having this like positive consequence onto the plot. She wants, she's part of the bad guys, but she wants to save him from the mess that she's in. And it creates this really like emotional moment. But there's no cheating. There's no like, oh, I slept with another dude when I betrayed you. There's none of that. There's not even a thought of that. You can't even possibly imagine that happening. It's these 2 people and they're fine being apart because they know that they're going to come together like in a relationship sense or whatever, right? So there's that. I have another relationship where it's this guy is like popular with the ladies or whatever, and his mission is like his mission right now is like he's got to get with one of the girls who's like really important figure, and he has to what do you call it? Uh, what do you call it? What was I saying? Oh yeah. So, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, my stupid characters. Okay, so I have this other relationship, right? And this guy's like popular with the ladies, whatever, but he's like uninterested. And he whatchamacallit. So he has to like God. Give me a second, I'm feeling a little sick. I'm sure what it's talking about. Why is this highlighted? Pack of tendies in a juice box, hell yeah. Oh my god, what the hell? Ugh. I think I have this stuck in my... There we go. Ow. vaccine. But mental traumas. Hmm. Maybe I should stop this. nose is so freaking. I don't know what to believe. What's campaign fiance? Why can't I highlight anything? Oh, my thing's broken. There we go. Campaign finance. Okay, he was missing an end there. I was wondering. God, I got a headache. It's this music. Head to the top. I can't. I don't want lo-fi anymore. Don't want lo-fi. I want real music. Yes, lo-fi is not real music. Here we go. Toradora. It's so sad. It's so sad, guys. This. What the hell? This medicine has a horse on it. For oral use in horses only. What? Started to feel sick, all symptoms of COVID. Didn't want to go to the hospital or doctor, so I ordered 2 tubes of ivermectin. Which is it removes worms and bots in horses. I took 2 tubes within 48 hours hoping to destroy the virus. The only thing it destroyed is my colon and bowels. Over those 48 hours I've never shit so much in my life. I felt like acid was coming out of my asshole. I also developed a rash and my vision blurred. Anyway, I ended up calling an ambulance and was rushed to the hospital. Turns out I didn't have COVID, but upon further examination by doctors, the ivermectin has destroyed my large intestine to the point where I can no longer keep poo in my anus. It just leaks out. I have to wear nappies now or get a colostomy. It's the last time. Why would you do this? Ivermectin changed my life. Is the title of the Never had COVID. Sounds like it worked. I need a new song. What do I have? What do I have that's not going to get copyrighted? Artificial intelligence beach. Here we go. Put it on loop. Alright. Time to have that on for the next hour. Oof. Pedophiles are evil. What an opinion. Jeez, so oh, I can't take it. Okay, so this dude who this dude who's an assistant district attorney in Texas um, was on To Catch a Predator, and they had they had an arrest warrant for. Is there a dark theme for this? First of all, no, there's not. Darn it. Okay, so they had an arrest warrant. So this dude Luis talked to the girl online, set up the meeting, but then never actually went to the meeting. But the police broke into the guy's home and arrested him. Or they broke into his home, and the guy was standing. Luis was standing in the hallway, said, "I'm not going to hurt anybody," and then shot himself. And so because of that, the dude's family sued the show for $100 million. Oh my god. So that's why the show's canceled. I see. So the dude never went to the meeting, but he was. He never went to the meeting, but he was still publicly embarrassed. So he killed himself in front of the police. He was a district attorney. Oof. Sounds like I'm screwed. Dying isn't an actual punishment. Uh. Damn, I hate reading threads like this. Dating pool for young men is, or for young women is literally porn addicts, sensitive guys you have to perform constant emotional labor for, narcissistic gym bros, emotionally distant manipulators, or performative woke men who still treat women like shit. So basically, guys who post on 4chan, guys who post on Reddit, who post on Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter. Wow, yeah. Find somebody who doesn't go on any of those websites and you got a match. Oh boy. Oh, whoops. I'm browsing 4chan via Reddit. Looks like I'm I'm a uh, I'm a porn addict and a sensitive guy. I have to perform constant emotional labor for. Yeah, that's me. Nah, I'm just kidding. I don't even go on Reddit. Man, you don't want to hear the dating pool options for men, though. Single women are like parking spots. The good ones are taken, and the only available ones are handicapped. Oh my god. Touch. Dating. Oh boy, dating options for men. Girls who have PTSD. That's worse than anyone ever from that time someone smiled at them. Girls who have severe depression. That's worse than anyone ever. Girls who have OCD. That's worse than anyone ever. Girls who have bipolar disorder. That's worse than anyone ever. And of course, girls who have all of these. That's worse than anyone ever. Girls have it so hard, huh? And the girls who say you raped them after you break up. Dang, do bipolar people exist? I've never thought about it. But she's queen. Yes, queen. You go, girl. Disgusting. Oh well. Yeah, the girl kind of looks. She's overweight and narcissistic. Well, who would have guessed? Alright, here we go. See female shrink after having depression from loneliness. She asks if I ever had a girlfriend. I say no. Never? Really? She asks. Never, I say. Silence for like 30 seconds while she unironically does pick related. She solved my depression alright. Now it's anger and hate I've got issues with. This is a real story. I wouldn't put it past them. I wouldn't put it past therapists who can't understand. It's only good with specific things in your life, like somebody died, or you lost a kid, or dropped out of college. If you go and just say, I'm depressed, or I don't have friends, it's really them just guessing and playing with your head, trying to convince you there's something wrong with you. I've been to 3 therapists in my life. 2 were for around 4 years total. I feel like they hindered instead of helped me move forward with my life. This is a combination of the fact that they think for you and don't allow you to reach your own conclusions and be satisfied with your ability to move on in life. The other thing is they were just old. I've grown to despise old people who simply can't help you the way something like a pure cousin or anyone more in tune with your life. Last therapist I visited for around 4 sessions, and holy poop, definitely the thing to keep in mind is that it only works if you yourself know what you want to face. In my case, I talked it over with the guy in his 30s, and it really helped because I knew exactly what I wanted to work on. You really can't just go for years to these people expecting some fundamental long-term change. You have to man up, for a lack of a better term, and really change and deal with that shit. They just help you align your sights. If you don't have any friends, there probably is something wrong with you. Nah. Most friendless people just never leave the protection of their moldy basement, simply because they've become one with the lawn chair and they've been sitting on for the past 3 weeks, cooming to their virtual waifus and bullying people on Roblox dating simulator, simply because that's the only way they feel anything other than an endless pain induced by their 600 pounds abomination of a body. No, some of us were just in long-term relationships where we withdrew as a couple, and now that those relationships are over, we don't have any friends left and don't remember how to make any. Ah, that sounds like me. Sounds like you should talk to somebody about that. Oof. Therapists aren't gonna change your problems. Aren't gonna fix your problems if you yourself don't want to. I feel like with therapy, most people are like, they know what they want already. They just don't have, they just need like that little bit of like support from another person. That like non-judgmental support in order to like move on or whatever. You know, oh, I'm depressed because I have a bad job. Well, what do you want? I want a good job. Well, let's try to, how can you do that? Well, yada yada. Right? But if you're alone in your apartment, it's going to be hard to like think about all that stuff, right? I don't think therapists actually provide you like a real solution to anything. Even if you go to a therapist and you're like, oh, I'm a loner, or like I don't have friends or whatever, right? Then they'll ask, well, do you want friends? And then it's up to you to say yes before they suggest advice or whatever, right? But if you're like, no, I don't want friends, I'm just depressed about being alone, then they're probably not gonna know what to do. And they're probably gonna give you advice that doesn't actually work. Blah 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 blah. Here we go. Messaging girl for a while now. She finally sends me nudes. What do you think, me, Anon? Type pog. It autocorrects to pig. Press send before I realize the mistake. She blocks me before I can explain. This is funny. Why would you use pog in a... Why would you... Girl sends you nudes. Man, the thing she wants to hear is pog, you know? Oh, it's so poggers. God. I spend a little too much time on Twitch. I work at hotel. I like to fuck with stupid tourists who come, for example, approach at the pool women in bikini and tell them they are breaking Sharia law. They panic and start to look like they will cry, but we tell them it is joke. I also tell little kid there is public execution outside the hotel. He runs out in his swimming trunks and bare feet in the hot sand and finds nothing. Then I laugh at him. I also knock on couple's door and tell them we heard kissing and Sharia patrol is coming to investigate. Then later they are scared to open door for room service and don't get free cake. Nice. Yeah, that's what you get for taking a vacation in the Middle East, you stupid Americans. Go to university. Expect a Plato's Academy experience with the country's top intellectual minds. Okay, everybody, get into your circle, get into circles and introduce yourselves. Huh? I'm your professor and friend, and I go by she, he pronouns. What? Tonight's assignment will be to write a response to this material I wrote. Why? Buy $1,000 worth of professor shit. Professor doesn't actually read your responses. Disagree with the professor's opinion. Get low participation grade. Start agreeing, get higher grade. Entire school puts minimal effort into everything. Cheating rampant. Rona hits. Going to $50,000 of debt for Zoom streams. Nice. Sounds like you went to a liberal arts college. Dang, and I still failed? My classes weren't like that at all. See, I knew that there was going to be like this giant, like, you know, feminist environment or whatever, so I intentionally took classes that wouldn't be plagued with that stuff. What did I get? I got 4 professors who didn't explain anything. You either get professors who are like mega feminists, or you get professors who don't do anything. Or who don't like guide you through the class at all. Or you get both. Go to McDonald's. Yeah, can I get a cheeseburger? Wagey just flat out says no. Shocked at his answer. Don't know what to say, so I leave. I am paid. I was cocked by a wage. Chow Mein doesn't have noodles in it. Yeah, when you're like anxious and like you're, you know, hey, I think you guys got the order wrong, then yeah, you know, you're just gonna believe anything people say. It's like you don't have like the social, you're too nervous and like anxious to like disagree with it. Oh yeah, that sounds correct, I guess. Yeah, no, ramen doesn't have noodles in it. Yeah, yeah, I guess. Monk dies in Greece without seeing a woman. Without ever seeing a woman in the 82 years of his life, Mihailo Toloto has died in Mount Athos Monastery in Greece. Neither had he beheld an automobile, a movie, or an airplane. His mother died when he was born, Athens reports, and he was brought up in the monastery, where no woman ever enters. He became a monk, and monks at the monastery gave him a special burial ceremony, because they believed he was the only man in the world never to see a woman. Dang, his mom died at birth, and he was raised in a monastery filled with male monks. Oh no. Dude, what a legend. Dude, and in a Buddhist monastery, in a monk monastery, they're not gonna have any like magazines or smartphones or anything like that. Song starts, enjoying it. Female vocals come on. Instantly turn off the album and never listen again. Be cis man, feeling down. Go to female to male online support group. Post selfies. Oh my god, you're so handsome. You look so strong. How'd you get so handsome? Rinse and repeat whenever I'm feeling insecure. The female, he's basically posing as a girl turned to guy trans. Nice. Dang, I have to try that sometime. Because it's not only trannies that are on that kind of support group. It's people who want to be supportive as well. So it's straight people. Oh yeah, because the people are only going to say that you look handsome or manly or whatever because they don't. Nobody on there is going to want to tell a female to male transgender person that they look feminine. Dang, so if I want to feel masculine, dang, so everybody who's like insecure about their, oh, I don't look manly enough for a guy, should just go on with the support groups and everyone will just tell them that they're manly. I would actually probably pass off as like a transgender person. I'm just kidding, I don't think I could pass off as the transgender person. What is this? Oh. You know you're in love when your post-nut clarity doesn't change your opinion of the girl. Oof. Ah, it's true, yeah. Ugh. Girls will never understand the bliss of post-nut clarity. This is how guys separate girls they want to frick and girls they want to keep. Guys, after I have sex, I still like the girl for more than sex. Anybody else feeling this way after sex? I think I'm gonna be special. Oh god, what's that? Oh no, it's late. Another way you know is if thinking about having sex with her feels wrong. That's how you know she's pure. I'd agree with that too, actually. Kind of. Sort of. I don't know. I can't use any real examples from my life. Look up the word fat and curvy in Japanese on Google Translate. Type in their hashtags on Instagram. Find loads of low self-esteem, cute, chubby Japanese girls with low follower accounts. They're all hopping on the body positive movement by posting sexy fit pics and fishing for compliments. Literally no one is giving them any attention because Japanese men have naturally low testosterone. Message them as an average-looking, high-test white man from the US. They're practically throwing themselves at me, flirting, sending raunchy pictures, etc. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Oh my god. Damn. COVID has really turned people creative, huh? The whole tranny online support group, this. Messaging fat chicks an entire ocean away. Truly the chat support. They're built for the sea, so being an ocean away won't be that big of a hurdle in the relationship. Because they're whales. Low self-esteem girls are something else. Can I, like, listen to a good song? It's on low volume. Hopefully I won't get copyrighted for playing the whole song in a row. Wish I could sing along to some of these songs, but can you even hear this? No. Wish that Oh, here's the Romaji. Bleh. Singing along to the Romaji like this? Disgusting. Needed full kanji before I sing along. I love singing along to songs. I can't, like... But, like, I discovered the song yesterday. I haven't listened to enough to fully, like, internalize all of the lyrics for it. I can speak Japanese, but I have no idea what I'm saying. Oh, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna buy. それでも聞こえてるあって書いとる私の血のストーリー。Damn. So this is what I have to do in order to get my citizenship to Japan. You just have to find a low self-esteem Japanese girl. Give her compliments on Instagram. And then she'll wanna marry you. Whoopie-doo. She'll also want that American citizenship. So, I get my Japanese citizenship, she gets her American citizenship, and she gets someone who pretends to like her. Just kidding. Relationship sounds like a pain in the butt. first thing I think to do. They have they have electronic cigarettes. It's not vaping, it's like electronic cigarettes. And you put like a little like gas tube in or whatever, it's like nicotine, whatever, right? They also have ones that don't have nicotine in it, and it's just like, because they come in different flavors. And it's just the ones without nicotine or without drugs or anything, they're literally just like, it's like strawberry flavored air that you're breathing in and out. And you breathe in it and then you puff it out and it's like smoke. But you don't get addicted to it. Right? You can give this to like a 12-year-old. It's completely going to be completely fine, right? Might still affect your lungs a little bit, having all that moisture in there, but, you know, whatever. Right? Having that artificial flavoring in your lungs, but... I mean, hey, you're not going to have a hole in your throat at the age of 30, right? So, you know, it's whatever, right? Guys, I've got business to take care of. I don't have time for any... whatever. But, insecure girls are a funny one. It's funny because in like, the thing is, this isn't like, this shouldn't be like that, like, foreign of a concept. In Japan, there's like a lot, and I'm sure in other places too, there's a lot of bullying that goes on. If you're not like perfect in Japan, then as a kid, then you'll get bullied for it. Of course, you know, bullying leads to depression, suicide, all that stuff, right? So it makes sense that there's a lot of insecure, not just girls, but people in general over there, especially insecure people in like their teens and their early 20s, because the bullying goes on. It like persists in college. It persists like with your family. Like your own family will probably bully you if you're fat or whatever, or you're gay or anything like that. You'll get bullied at bullying at work occurs a lot, because in like office jobs, people are always trying to like one up each other and like step over each other, so that they can like curry favor with their boss and get that promotion. So there's a lot of like backstabbing and scapegoating and blaming other people for bad things happening in Japanese workplace culture. So a lot of insecure people over there who, you know, got bullied as a kid and now they're adults and they got to deal with this in the workplace too. They're probably like, I mean, they're probably over it. So honestly, this whole thing about like, my computer's very slow. Too dippy. Is this a repost? Oh yeah, it is a repost. Just gotta edit out the date and post as original content. Obese leftovers. Itsuma demo. So why is that suddenly I'm a workaholic? You know, science. There are all these people who go for like, they'll like go for low esteem girls, or they'll like complain about low self esteem girls or whatever, right? It's like, because getting cut off soon. Because I mean, there is an issue with like girls with low self esteem are a lot more vulnerable to like the crappy sides of society, right? Like having a one night stand with an attractive guy, and then he'll tell her like, "Oh, I love you," right? And she'll like go with him, and then of course he'll abandon her the instant that he gets laid, right? And then she'll have even lower self esteem because she was just like used or whatever, right? Or you have they're like very like clingy or whatever. And apparently guys don't like that. It's like it's fine. It's fine, right? It's just it's personal preference, right? It's like I don't. The thing is, you have to. I don't know if you have low self esteem, or if, like you're with a girl with low self esteem or whatever, right? There's good things about that, I think, and the thing is, you turn. Well, it's not good that you have low self esteem, but I think you turn that into something like beneficial, right? It depends on like what your low self esteem is about, right? If your low self esteem, you're like, oh, I want to be normal, and I can't be normal because I'm a piece of poop, then yeah, it's probably like, whatever, right? Redirect that energy towards something else, right? Like, I don't know. Think like, oh, I'm abnormal, but that's fine, and there are people who like that or whatever, right? I don't know. If you're like clingy or needy or anything like that, I don't think it necessarily has to stem from low self-esteem. But even if it does, I think like clinginess. I don't know. I think clinginess is endearing. Honestly, I think it's really nice. Because it shows like the person really wants to be with you, right? Having high self-esteem doesn't necessarily mean that you need to be independent. I think that you can want to be with your partner all the time and be able to know that you can trust your partner to be there with you, right? Your partner's never going to leave you or anything like that. You can trust that, you can believe in that, you can have a high self-esteem about yourself that your partner is that your boyfriend or your girlfriend is going to stay with you. You can trust them in that with your high self-esteem, good confidence level, whatever, right? You can trust that and still be clingy, right? You can still be clingy with them, right? It's like with me. I like the clingy, right? And so I want like, because I'm pretty confident in myself, right? Like I know that I'm not normal. I don't appeal to the majority of people, right? I can barely hold a conversation with like a lot of different people, but I know there are people that I vibe with. I know that there are people and there are girls that I would get along with, and that you know I know that at least like one person would like me, right? And so if I go seek out that person and then find them, right? Like, I've been confident. I've had good self-esteem, a good, self-image. But at the same time, I'm going to want to spend all my time with them. I am going to be a little clingy with them or whatever, right? And I'm going to be sad when they have to go to work, and I'm going to be happy when they get, a day off and we can spend the day together and stuff like that, right? That's what you do, right? I think that's like a happy relationship. And it's not a relationship that's based off of low self-esteem, because neither of us had to be. Because if she's obviously a girl I'm gonna vibe with is gonna be the same way, so neither of us have to really like have low self-esteem or not be confident or anything like that, right? In order to get that, we just have to like really like each other, and just yeah, sure we could do other things in life, but we don't want to. We just want to be with each other, right? That's kind of my thing, right? You don't have to be independent. You don't have to be, you don't have to be independent. You don't have to be, like, oh, I only see my partner, a quarter of the time or whatever, right? Like, not wanting that doesn't mean that you have low self-esteem. In fact, I think it's the opposite. I think that having the need to be independent, having the need to go out there and like do other stuff or whatever, have variety in your life or whatever, right? I feel like that's based off an insecurity, and COVID has pretty much proven it. I think it's an insecurity of like people need stuff to do, otherwise they're gonna feel uncomfortable with themselves, right? I think that's terrible. I think that the happiest you can be, the most confident you can be, is knowing what you want and going for it and holding on to it once you have it. I think that's pretty much the highest level of confidence that you could have. Because like with me, I can go outside and I can be completely comfortable with myself, right? But the thing is, like, I know what I want, and once I get what I want, I'm going to be really happy, and I'm going to hold on to that forever, right? And it doesn't matter what that thing is that I want. It doesn't matter if I want, to be clingy with my girl, or if I want the opposite of that. It's like I want what I want, and I go for that, right? And other people are the same. But yeah, anyone I talk to, I'm just like, oh, I want, clingy. I want to be with my partner all the time, yada yada, right? And they always ask like, oh, do you have low self-esteem? And it's like, no, I couldn't have higher self-esteem, self-esteem or whatever, right? Because it's like because I'm almost in the state where it's like, I think it's possible that I can get this, and I think that if I, find somebody like this, then, I'll have it, right? I think that I think that people with low self-esteem, who are only clingy because of their low self-esteem, then yeah, that's probably an issue, right? If you're afraid of losing your partner to the point where you feel like the only way to keep them is to hold on and not let go, then that might be a little bit of an issue. But I mean, to me, it's just an issue mentally, right? It's like, don't worry, I'm not gonna, obviously if I'm with a girl like that, it's like, don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right here. You can still hold on to me, right? Whatever, right? Hold on to me, right? Hold on to your partner, sure. But don't hold on to them out of fear that they're going to disappear the moment you let go. Hold on to them because you want to, right? You should hold on to your partner because you want to. You should be clingy because you love being with them, because you love the touch of their skin on yours, because you love, the feeling of their lips on yours, because you love the attention that you give each other, right? That's sort of where, like, the good side of clinginess is. And I think that, like, even if you start off being clingy, because you have low self-esteem, I think that as you get more self-esteem, as you get, more confident with yourself and more comfortable and trusting that, your partner is going to stay with you, as long as you assimilate into that lifestyle, the clinginess doesn't have to go away just because of that, right? The clinginess can still stay there if it's what you want. And I think that the real issue is that, is it what you want? Do you want to be clingy with your partner? Do you want to have a clingy partner? These sort of questions. Then you have to ask yourself, what do you want? What do you want? And are you doing it because you want to? Or are you doing it because of something? Or are you doing it because you feel you have to, right? If you're not doing it, if you're doing it but you don't necessarily want to, right? It's just out of fear or whatever, then that's bad. But you can still feel it. You can still feel like, oh, if I let go, they're going to go away or whatever. But, there's got to be a desire there, right? I want to hold on to my partner. And the thing is, like, with me, right? If people call me, like, low self-esteem or whatever, if I don't want to be clingy with my partner, then I don't want them, right? Like, if they're not a person that I want to hold on to and spend all my time with or whatever, then they're not, then, why am I with them, right? That's sort of my perspective. It's like, the purpose of a relationship to me is, like I've said in the past, is to find a life partner. And why wouldn't I want to be with my life partner, right? Why wouldn't I want to spend all my time with her and hold her close and feel her warmth against my chest and cuddle when we're together and spend every waking moment together? Why wouldn't I want that, right? Why wouldn't I want to have an online job just so that she could be sitting there next to me while I work? Why wouldn't I want to play video games with her instead of playing by myself? Why wouldn't I want to watch shows with her instead of watching them by myself? Why wouldn't I want to go out to a restaurant with her instead of going out to a restaurant with my friends? Why would I want to be away from her at all, right? Like, if you found somebody that you love and you love being with, then why wouldn't you want to be with them? It's like, this whole quarantine thing, this whole COVID thing has really shed, these statistics that are coming out, it's really shed a light on, what people's mentalities really are. They're home with their partners, with the people that they married. They're home with them all the time, and they develop hatred for each other. Why would you marry that person if you don't enjoy being with them? Why would you have married them? Why would you have started a family with this person? If you want your alone time, why are you getting married in the first place? Why are you dating in the first place? Just go on Tinder or whatever, right? It's there. No wonder so many people like casual sex or whatever, right? Everyone's so weird. Everyone's so independent. It's bizarre. It's so strange. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't know. I feel like I've complained about similar stuff, but I'm trying not to get off topic. Having low self-esteem is fine, and being somebody of low self-esteem is fine. Having those kind of what people would see as negative traits is fine, right? The clinginess, the neediness, the constant begging for attention sort of thing. In my eyes, though, you take somebody who has low self-esteem and who wants those things, and you keep those things because they're a part of you, right? If it's something that they want, if they want to, you to pay attention to them, then it's got to be a two-way street, right? If a girl comes up to me and she wants constant attention or whatever, I'm gonna want constant attention from her, right? I'm not gonna be her fucking simp, right? I'm not gonna feed into this just because she's born female and not expect anything in return. Right? I want it too, right? And, relationships are a two-way street, and the difference is I'm confident in myself to where, I'm comfortable with myself to say, I want it too, right? If you want attention from me, you got to give it back as well, right? And we're together all the time. If you're going to be clingy with me, don't be weirded out when I put my arm around you as well, right? It's and when I convince you that I'm not gonna leave you, don't stop. Don't be like, okay, I don't need to be clingy anymore. Okay, whoopie-doo, I'm gonna go hang out with my friends now. What the fuck? What? You just transformed, right? It's some of these people people, some of these girls, they'll like have low self-esteem, and then they'll gain the confidence. Their boyfriend or whatever will like be super supportive, and they'll gain confidence in themselves, and then they'll leave the boyfriend, and then they'll just go out and party and be independent or whatever. It's like, whatever, right? I could say a million things about that, but what it really speaks, the message there really is that this girl wasn't being clingy. She wasn't being any of this because she wanted to. She wasn't doing it out of, wanting to do this, or that it was her personality to do so. She was just simply doing it out of fear of rejection. She was just simply doing it out of, this is the only thing I can do, right? This is what I have to be clingy because there's only one guy, who likes me, and I gotta hold on to him, yada yada, right? No. You don't get with a guy because he's the only one who likes you. You get with your partner because you connect with them. Because there's a real connection there where you can call them your soulmate and you can believe it, right? And you do that. And it's like, that's what it is. That's what relationships are about, right? I don't understand. I don't get it. And these low self-esteem girls, they'll do a 180 or whatever, right? And there's a typical problem. There's a common problem with girls with low self-esteem. They'll like, even when they're in a relationship, they'll be insecure, and then they'll go like cheat on their partner or something like that, right? Like they won't get that validation that they need from their partner, and they'll go cheat on them or whatever, right? Oh, my boyfriend hasn't been paying attention to me, and I don't know if he loves me or anything, and I have to confirm that I'm still being loved or whatever, right? And it's like that sort of mentality. Like, stop it. Like, first of all, you're a piece of trash for cheating on your partner. But second of all, stop it, right? Like you get comfortable with your partner. Trust that they're gonna be there, and then you stay with them, right? You stay with them, right? And it doesn't like, and you can be sad when you're apart, and then you can be happy when you're together, and that's it, right? That's it. And you can be as clingy or as hand-holdy or as like lovey-dovey as you both want, right? And the thing is, you have to get with somebody of a similar mindset. As I see it, at least in America, like 99% of people are naturally independent, and like for myself, I'm the 1% of people who aren't, right? I'm not insecure, I'm not low self-esteem or anything. I just simply want to be able to trust and rely on my partner, that they're always going to be there, and they there it is or whatever, right? But that 1% of people, more than that 1% of people have low self-esteem, and I think, and are as a result are as a result clingy and needy and annoying and whatever, right? And I think that's a problem because it's deceiving, right? Because like, if I were to get with a girl like that, obviously, then who is only clingy out of fear, then the instant that she loses that fear, she's gonna stop being clingy. She's gonna stop being interested in me. And that's a problem because there's an obvious disconnect between the two of us. Because she wants to be independent, but she thinks she can't, and I don't want independence, even though I can have it, right? And that's sort of the disconnect there. So I think that if you're clingy, you need to go all the way with it. And if you like clingy, then you need to find somebody who also likes clingy, right? You can't have, you gotta, whatever positive or negative personality trait you have, whether you're independent or you're clingy or you're needy or you're, you don't spend time with each other or whatever, right? Whatever personality trait you have, you gotta go. The problem isn't the trait. It's that you need to go all the way with it, right? The problem isn't like, oh, this girl is, low self-esteem girls are clingy and that's annoying or whatever. That's not the problem. The problem is that the girls aren't confident in their clinginess. The problem is that the girls are insecure and so they don't know like what's right or what's wrong, and they try to tiptoe around the situation, right? And because of that, I don't know, or the guys who are dating them, they don't know like, who are you, right? Who are you? Are you clingy? Are you funny? Are you, nice and caring? Are you a bitch? Like, I don't know, right? And the thing is, no matter what you are, there's a guy for you, right? But and no matter what, no matter who you are, there's a partner for you. Whoops. And so, because of that, you have to like own up to who you are, right? I am the clingy girl, and I want to get with a guy who likes the clingy girl. Fantastic. And I hope that works out for you, right? That's what I want, right? I like a clingy girl. I think it's really endearing. I'm like the only guy within 50 miles who's gonna say that. Because most guys don't like clingy girls. But I like them. I think it's sweet. And I wouldn't mind, as long as we're in the same room together or whatever, right? As long as we're in the same room together, we're able to like do things together or whatever, right? See, the problem that I think guys have with clingy girls or with needy girls or whatever is that they don't share the same hobbies together, and so they're not able to enjoy each other or whatever. There's a post on 4chan like months ago that I read. There's this guy, and he posted, and there was someone in the comments saying he was in the same situation. These two dudes, they had like a clingy girlfriend in like China, or they had a clingy girlfriend like long distance relationship or something like that, right? I don't know. Anyway, they had a clingy girlfriend, and they he has a clingy girlfriend. And the thing is, he goes into it thinking like, oh, I would love a clingy girlfriend, whatever, right? He has that mentality, and he's advising other people to stay away. But he has this mentality of like, oh, he'd love to have a clingy girlfriend, and then he gets one, and then it's annoying. But it's not annoying because it's annoying. It's annoying because he doesn't get to do anything. His clingy this dude plays video games and watches anime, right? But this girlfriend of his doesn't do that stuff. Instead, she works, and like she works doing something, and then she comes home, and she goes on like Instagram, and then she's like a feminist or something. I don't know. So she complains about her depression and social issues and like drama between other people, and the guy was complaining that the guy would go to work, and then he would come home, and he didn't even get to play video games or watch anime anymore. He had to talk on the phone or on a Zoom call with his girlfriend, and she would just go on and on at him about, complaining about her depression, complaining about, her life, complaining about other people, complaining about things she saw on the internet, things like that, right? And so he wouldn't get to enjoy his life. He wouldn't get to enjoy any of the hobbies that he wanted to, because he had this girlfriend who was taking up his time instead. And I think that's where the problem with clinginess is, and I think that's why most guys don't like clinginess, because I think a lot of guys have hobbies that these girls don't want to participate in, and that's the problem. If you love somebody, then you want to do stuff together with them. That's been my philosophy, and I disagree with anybody who says differently. If you love somebody, then you want to do stuff with them. You want to share experiences with them. If I get with a girl and she's, I don't know, what did girls do? I don't know, she's into fucking dolls, whatever, right? She has a Barbie doll collection. I don't know. Then I'll spend time with her doing that, whatever, right? If I love the girl, I'll spend time with her doing that. As long as she spends time with me doing my stuff, right? It's going to be a 50-50 here. Play with the dolls. She likes to do house, whatever, right? I'll play with her, whatever, right? God, it sounds like I'm babysitting a kid, almost. They're like adults who are like into those sort of things. But whatever, right? It's just an example. I can't come up with anything better. I don't know. She's into horses. I don't know. So let's go horseback riding together. I don't care. Whatever. I'll share in her hobbies. That's my whole point. As long as she does what I'm doing too, right? If I'm going horseback riding with the girl, then, today, then tomorrow we better be playing video games together. Right? Like, or if she doesn't like video games, she better be sitting there watching me, right? Like, and we can share it, we can talk about it. And the fact that even if she's not into the video game, the fact that we are sitting there sharing this experience together makes it enjoyable for the both of us. She's not gonna, if she's sitting there and complaining how it's so boring, then fuck her, obviously, right? Like, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna deal with this, right? Like, I'm interested in your thing. I'm like asking you questions about it. Why aren't you doing the same for me, right? She's not, it's a give and take, and she's taking and she's not giving, right? I think that's where the problem with clinginess is the clinginess needs to be accompanied with being able to share each other's hobbies with each other. And obviously, if you get with a clingy girl who also likes video games and anime, you've hit the freaking jackpot. And honestly, like, if I found a girl who's into video games and anime, then like my whole life is complete. I don't care, like, I don't care, like, about anything else. I don't care what kind of disability you have. I don't care if you're like, what your looks are. I don't care that, what race you are, right? I don't care about anything else. If I found a girl who's clingy and loves video games and anime, and who actually wants to be with me, right, that I connect to or whatever, right? Bingo, right? That's like, that's a dream. That's a dream, honestly. Like, I'd kill for that. But I honestly would. Like, honestly, I'd do whatever to get that. But, I think that, if there's not that, then you have to be able to share with each other, right? If you connect with somebody, that's number one, right? Number one, you connect with them. You like to be with each other. You like to be around each other. That's number one. Number two is if you have the same preferences on life. I want a relaxing life. I want to be clingy and affectionate. I want to stay indoors most of the time, but maybe go out like once a month. I don't know. I like to cook. You better be in the kitchen cooking with me. Whatever, right? I don't know. I'm just making stuff up at this point. I do like to cook. But yeah, no, it's like, that's number two, right? Number one is connect with them. Number two is make sure they want the same lifestyle as you or something similar, right? You compromise here and there. And then number three is being able to, like, actually want to share hobbies and experiences with each other. I think that's definitely important too. And then, you fill all three of those categories. You love being with each other. You both want the same things in life, and you love and you want to spend time with each other, with your hobbies, with things that you enjoy or whatever, right? Or you don't mind giving stuff up in favor of them, right? Let's say I watch, I like video games and anime, right? I can give up the anime, right? I don't necessarily need to watch another anime in my life. I don't care. Or if I get like 1% of free time, like on my, like she's got to go work or something, right? That's when I'll watch anime. I don't know. Or I'll watch anime on my lunch breaks. I don't know. Like, you can adjust, right? It's situation dependent. But my whole point is that, like, you got to fill all these criteria. And obviously, like, people who like clingy, you have the oh, we like each other, and you have the oh, we both like clingy people, but you don't have number three. You don't have the we're willing to share hobbies with each other or whatever, right? Long distance relationship. What the hell are you supposed to do? That's not, it's going to be phone calls, playing video games, and watching shows with each other. That's all you get to do in an online relationship. There's like nothing else you can do within an online relationship. Every single thing you do is some form of like video game or a show to watch. That's like all you can do. Or you just talk forever. Like if that's your thing, you just like to talk. You know, you're not interested in video games or anime. Or you don't feel like this today. And you just talk, right? That's like. So what do you expect? What do you expect? And so this guy on 4chan, he's complaining about this, right? And he's like, he's not angry at it. He's just like depressed because he doesn't get to enjoy it because he has like this Chinese girlfriend, and she just like complains about her depression all day for all of his free time. And I'm thinking like, man, you really like, I don't know. If I was in that sort of situation, I'd put my foot down, say, look, I miss my video games, but I still want to be with you, and I still want to spend time with you. Can we try playing a game together? Try playing a game together, and if I want you to enjoy, and I'd lay it out, I'd be blunt about it. I want you to enjoy doing stuff with me, even if it's things you're not used to. Let's do it together. I think that the more you do it, even if you don't like it at first, the more you do it, the more you do it, the more you're going to get used to it, and so the more enjoyable it's going to become, because you're going to get more comfortable. Even if she's never picked up a game controller in her life, get her to do it. And if she says something like, "Oh, video game, I'm not doing video games," or she's being stubborn about it or whatever, you leave. You just fucking leave, right? It doesn't matter how many other boxes she ticks, right? If she's gonna dismiss your hobbies, then you can't, right? You can't deal with that. So I don't know. You can't deal with people who aren't going to tick all three of those boxes, right? You need to like each other. You need to have the same interest in what you're doing with each other, and you need to be able to share in the activities with each other, right? I think all three of those need to be hit before you can really go on. And obviously there are some cases where, people can't do things together, right? Whatever, there are adjustments you can make, right? With the whole video games thing. If the girl doesn't have any hands, right, so she can't pick up a controller, she could watch you, right? Whatever. I don't know. I'm just thinking of things. And obviously it's not going to work out. But, I don't know. The problem is you need to find somebody like that. And the thing is, with me, I'm confident in that. And so I'm going to put my foot down. I'm going to put my foot down and say, look, this relationship isn't going to work unless we do this, right? Because we both got to be happy in this, right? Let's try to make each other happy. And that's, it is what it is, right? You gotta do that, because there isn't a relationship that works where people don't communicate with each other. And that's, I truly believe that. There isn't a relationship that works where you don't communicate with each other, right? Your communication is necessary. And the thing is, you have to adjust for each other, and you have to want to make each other happy. That's what it is. You have to want to make each other happy. And you want to be satisfied. And so if there's an issue, then you have to have this desire of I don't want there to be this issue, right? I want it to be solved or whatever, right? And obviously, people feel that. People feel that, and they want things to get fixed, but then when they don't get fixed, then people feel frustrated. Oh, why are you like this? Why can't you just be happy with the things the way they are, blah, blah, right? And then you failed at that point, right? It's you have that's where communication goes wrong, right? I don't know. But yeah, it's back to my original point. The whole problem with clinginess is that clinginess doesn't work with independence. I think that's kind of the main point here, is that clinginess doesn't work with independence. If you're going to be clingy, if you want to be clingy, then I would think naturally you want to spend all your time with your partner doing whatever together, right? Together. That's the whole point. Because I would think that being clingy and needy would mean that you want to spend time with would mean that you want to be with your partner, and thus be with them in a capacity to where you can both be happy. If you're clingy without adjusting for your partner, then you're selfish. And selfishness doesn't work in a relationship. But at the same time, you know, if you're clingy with somebody who wants, if you're clingy, but either one of you is independent in any capacity and wants some alone time, then there's going to be conflict there. And because there's going to be conflict there, somebody's not going to be happy, and somebody's going to get hurt emotionally, and the relationship won't last, right? And so that's, you know, that's how it is. So I don't know. Anybody who complains about like clingy people, or like, oh, she's too clingy, she's too needy, whatever, right? What kind of, you know, is it a clinginess out of fear, or is it a clinginess out of, is it a clinginess out of desire, right? The ones who actually want it, the ones who, once they get confident enough and comfortable enough in the relationship, if you get comfortable enough in the relationship and are still clingy, then that's when it's okay, right? That's when you know, you can finally say like, I'm clingy. This is how I want to live my life. And if you want to live it too, then we're perfect for each other. And if you don't, then you don't. But, you know, that's kind of what I aim for, right? Because I have this clingy personality, and I do have a clingy personality. I do. But it might not show, and it might not necessarily show in my relationships all that often, but I do. And the thing is, I have this clingy personality, but in the past, right, when I was a teenager, it would be an insecurity, right? You know, like, I'm alone, now I just want to be with my partner all the time, right? Like, it'd be this insecurity of, like, you know, like, I gotta hold on to her, stuff like that, right? But the thing is, after that insecurity vanishes, what am I left with? I'm confident, and I know what I want, and I still want the cleanliness. I still want to hold her and hold her close, and just be able to hold her there just forever, just literally forever. Just hold her close, skin on skin, and just petrify us. Like just turn us to stone in that position. I'll be a stone statue with my soulmate pressed up against me. Totally fine. That's like the best way to go out. I don't care. That's the best way to go out. Honestly, like, I'm not even joking. But yeah, that's what I want. I want to hold my partner close. I want to be able to cuddle up on the couch and enjoy a good show, or a movie, or a video game, or the rain outside, whatever. Just that's my ideal life, right? So any girls out there who, you know, that's your ideal life too, then, you know, hit me up, right? But that's what it is, right? So, like, and the thing is, I'm confident in that. I know that's what I want, and I know that's what I'm, you know, going to go after, and I know that I'm not going to be satisfied if I find somebody who's not like that, right? And if you're like that, you know, mostly, then you're fine, right? But you don't have to be 100% agreeing with me or whatever, right? And obviously I'll compromise as well. But if I'm happy with you, right? But that's basically the gist of it. And dang, this expires next year. Oh, that's too many preservatives. But yeah, you know, that's how it is, right? Be clingy because you want to be clingy, and be okay with the fact that you want to be clingy. And if somebody you're with doesn't like the clingy, then you're not with the right person, right? That's like the cut and jive. You're not with the right person, I think. Because if you want to be clingy, if that's a true desire of yours, take it from me, it's not going to go away, right? If it's a true desire, it's not going to go away. And you shouldn't have to, right? Just because everyone else does, just because 99% of the human population isn't clingy, doesn't mean you don't have to be. It's okay to be clingy, right? I'm gonna make a an online article. You know, some people are clingy and that's okay, right? You know, I'm gonna make one of those freaking feminist articles, but you know, whatever, right? Because like you be true to yourself, right? Be true to yourself, and you're going to be happy. And I think that that's how you find happiness, and that's how you find a partner who you're going to be happy with as well, right? I love clingy girls, but I don't like ones who lie to themselves about it. So that's how it is. Anyway, guys, with that, I did talk for a long time. With that, I'm gonna get off. It's almost 8. Um, if I get off in the next couple of minutes, then I will be right on schedule. Guys, I hope you did enjoy the stream. Like I said in the title, we did nothing interesting at all. Literally nothing interesting at all. I just talked about story writing. I browsed through my anime list, and then we went on Reddit. God, Reddit. All while listening to lo-fi remixes of popular anime openings. I like the one on Attack on Titan. I just love that song in general. The freaking what is it? Oh, I don't have the window up anymore. Oh well. Yeah, whatever. So I don't know. You guys like the stream? I like this format. I end up ranting a bunch anyway. I end up talking about stuff a lot anyway. So I'm like, so this is a really good capacity for me to do it. I just show my face, right? I'm not like on the PlayStation in like the Fall Guys main menu doing it or whatever. I get to do this. I get to be more expressive, right? When I do talk, when I'm on PlayStation and I do talk for a long time, I normally am expressive. I'm normally like expressive with my hands. I bob my head up and down, things like that. I am like that. I don't really fidget with something, whatever, right? But obviously you guys can't see it, so I don't have a camera on there. But yeah. So that's gonna do it for me, guys. Hope you did enjoy the stream. Have another one up tomorrow. 1 to 2, more on the 2 o'clock side, Pacific Standard Time. Just cause I don't know. I've been waking up later and later. I'm not like, I can't fall asleep early. Like last night I went to sleep. I fell asleep at like 3 in the morning. So I got good sleep. I gotta like reset the sleep schedule, right? Otherwise I'm gonna. Alright, I gotta like make sure I get enough sleep just to correct my body, because I am a little vulnerable to getting whatever sicknesses right out there for like the next week or so. But then after that, I'll have to maintain like a normal sleeping schedule. I'm gonna have to wake up early in the morning and whatnot. So probably go to bed after stream, all that stuff. But yeah. So anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thanks for watching. I don't think I say that enough. Thanks for watching my stream, guys. I really appreciate all of you who tune in, all of you who watch the VODs or watch the live streams. I do appreciate. I know I get a little bit of an audience on here, so I do appreciate all of you guys. And if you guys like my ranting, like hearing my opinions, like hearing me talk, that's a bonus, right? So I didn't do anything interesting this stream, but maybe tomorrow, maybe we'll do something else. I don't know. I don't like to feel pressured to do stuff. So if I start at Fall Guys, I don't want to be committed to like playing a bunch of games in a row or whatever, right? Same with this stream. I thought I would write this stream, write a short story. Didn't happen, right? So I'm not really gonna fret, right? Maybe it'll happen tomorrow, maybe not. Maybe I'll fill out my food stamps application on stream, something like that. So obviously I can't show you guys it. But I'll be on webcam like this, and I'll just be filling it out in the background here. So maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll actually send my SAT scores to the college that I'm attending. Maybe I'll do research on my mom's birthday present. Maybe I'll do something productive. Maybe I won't. Who knows? We'll see. But yeah, anyway, guys. That's going to do it for me, guys. This has been Big Pasta Gaming. You guys have been Little Pasta watching, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye, everybody. Sayonara. Take care, everyone. Hope you all have a good night tonight and a good day tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Take care. Good night. On this, I don't have to press the PlayStation button to end the stream. It's very nice. I just keep talking and talking. Good night, everyone. Ow. Ah. Ooh. Need a haircut. Bye, everyone.